Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 20th CILIS Islamic Studies Conference. Let me just begin by saying that the Melbourne Law School and I acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations as the traditional owners of the land on which our law school stands, and acknowledge also the traditional owners of the land on which those taking part in this conference stand. And I pay my respects to the elders, both past and present. Once again, welcome to everybody taking part in this conference, and let me give my thanks to you all for giving your time and making such an effort to be part of this event. We're very proud that this is the 20th anniversary of the CILIS Islamic Studies Postgraduate Conference. The first one was convened by Professors M.B. Hooker, Virginia Hooker, and the late Professor Noel Rickliffs as a way for students to exchange ideas and get feedback from senior scholars. And that idea, which was once for a small group of students, has now evolved into a major conference like this and has lasted for 2 decades. It's an important opportunity for students working on Islamic studies to meet together, to look at the research that others are doing, to share ideas, and we hope to build networks as well. But more importantly, it's a chance for students doing complex PhD level research to get detailed feedback on their work from mentors and senior scholars, in line with the original aims of the conference, as the 2 Professors Hooker and Professor Rickliffs saw it. This conference is about supporting students, it's about building collegiality, it's about respect for each other's work, and trying to enhance research on Islamic studies globally. We're very grateful that it's not just students from Australia, students from Southeast Asia, but students from right around the world who take part in this event. It's a great moment for the Centre for Indonesian Law, Indonesian Law and Society, and Centre for Indonesian Law, Islam and Society, to be able to host an event like this for students around the world. We understand that there are great tensions at present in the Middle East, and we understand the pain that many people feel because of those events. But I want to emphasize that today is about research and about students, and emphasize the CILIS tradition of collegiality and respect for each other's work. Of course, we're all entitled to express our views today, but we're also obliged to respect the views of others and to ensure that we do not allow disruptions to disturb our efforts to provide scholarly feedback to each other. I want to mention 2 other things before I hand over to Associate Professor Nadir Shah Hossain, who will explain how the conference is going to work. The first is that this year we've decided to select 3 of the best papers presented to be published online as a series of briefing papers. So we're going to ask the conference mentors to keep an eye out for the papers they think are best. And after this conference, we'll let people know which of the papers have been selected. So do your best, and hopefully your paper might be one of the 3 briefing papers chosen. I also want to mention that CILIS, together with the Indonesia at Melbourne blog, is conducting an online conference on the 27th of November on law, politics and the new Prabowo administration, and we'll have information about that available for you shortly in the chat. But if that's of interest to you, we'd encourage you to sign up as an attendee. And now let me hand over to the Deputy Director of the Centre for Indonesian Law, Islam and Society. I can remember the centre's name this time, Professor Nadir Shah, Associate Professor Nadir Shah Hossain, who is going to host you today. Pak Nadir, please.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Pak Tim. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 2024 CILIS Islamic Studies Postgraduate Conference. Can you believe it? As Pak Tim said, we are celebrating our 20th year. That's 2 decades of knowledge sharing, networking, and let's be honest, a lot of coffee. This year, we have a record-breaking number of submissions, over 50 abstracts. That's right, more than my attempts to keep my houseplants alive. After a careful review, we have selected the top 25 abstracts to present here today. So congratulations to each of you making it this far. It is a significant achievement and we are genuinely excited to have you showcase your hard work. Now, let me share a little about how our conference works. Each presentation will kick off with a standard 10-minute slot. I repeat, 10-minute slot, followed by a Q&A session. And just a friendly reminder, our chair is going to be like a referee at a football match. When the time's up, they'll blow the whistle. So please keep an eye on your time, or you might find yourself sharing the stage with a very confused online audience. What truly makes the CILIS conference special is our exclusive mentoring sessions. You'll get the unique opportunity to dive deeper into your research topics with experienced mentors in breakout rooms. It's a perfect chance for personalized feedback, kind of like taking a crash course in making your presentation shine. I've heard I've heard wonderful testimonials from past participants about how invaluable this experience was for them. Many have said the feedback they receive enrich their arguments and refine their research directions. Plus, the networks they built here led to ongoing collaborations. So, for those of you presenting today, I encourage you to soak it all in and seize the support around you. And a big thank you to our audience members. Your participation is what makes this conference dynamic and successful. Who knows, maybe we'll see some of you up here presenting next year. We managed to get some brilliant mentors in their field who are willing to sacrifice their time with you. They're senior scholars with a lot of publications and a long established career. And guess what? Some of them are the products of the CILIS Islamic Studies Postgraduate Conference a long time ago. So this is another piece of evidence about the impact of this conference. Now, without further ado, let's get started and introduce our mentors. Session 1, Islamic Culture, will be chaired by Dr. Kirsten Steiner. Kirsten is an associate professor and director international of the law school Lathrop University. She is specializing in Southeast Asian legal studies, researching at the intersection of law, politics, economics, and society, especially with regard to Islam. She has full plate. Session 2, Islam and Gender, will be chaired by Dr. Dina Afrianti. Dina is an Indonesian scholar who specializes in women's rights, disability rights, gender, and Islam. She's currently a lecturer at the Australian Catholic University. Session 3, Islam and IT, will be led by Dr. Jeremy Kingsley. Jeremy is an associate professor and associate dean international at the Western Sydney University Law School. He is a transnational law scholar and anthropologist, a rare species, I must say. Session 4, Islamic Thinking, will be led by myself, Nadir Hossein. I'm an associate professor and deputy director CILIS here at Melbourne Law School, and I'm also an adjunct professor of the law faculty, Universitas of Hasanuddin, Indonesia. My areas are Islamic law and Indonesian law. Season 5, Islam and Education, will be chaired by Dr. Maria Bati. Maria is a senior lecturer of the Western Sydney University Law School, specializing on law and religion. She brings a unique perspective to international comparative law, reviewing how different legal frameworks approach religious matters. And the final one, Section 6, Islam and Politics, will be chaired by Dr. Tim Lindsay. Tim is Malcolm Smith Professor of Asian Law, Redmond Berry Distinguished Professor and Director of CILIS. He is regarded as the guru, or as some refer to him, the godfather of Indonesian law and society here in Australia. So here's to a day full of learning, collaboration, and maybe even a bit of fun. So thank you. Now I'll pass it on to Kirsten as we begin our first session.
Thank you very much, Tim and Nadir, for the introductions. Now it's going to be my pleasure to share the first session on Islamic culture. I think they've done that deliberately because we are the first one up. I have a reputation to uphold to keep in track. So what Nadir said about making sure that you keep on time, please, I will be the one to enforce this. So thank you so much for that. Our first speaker is Mr. Lutfi, who's going to give us his insight on navigating halal in the secular state here in Australia. I'm deliberately keeping my introduction short because remember, you do have the full bio and details of the speaker on our website. Lutfi, on to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present my research titled Navigating Halal in a Secular State, Contextual Interpretation of Islamic Data Laws and Australia's Regulatory Framework. So let me share my screen. All right. So I would like to introduce myself. My name is Lutfi. I'm from Nida El Adabi Institute, Bogor, Indonesia. So actually, this research explores how Islamic dietary laws, especially those governing halal practices, are interpreted and applied within Australia's secular legal framework. So we jump to the backgrounds a little bit. So you know that globalization and migration actually have shaped the presence of Islam in Australia. So where Muslim communities navigate halal dietary laws within a multicultural and secular framework. So the halal certification process actually faces challenges as it must align with both Islamic principles and government regulations on food safety and animal welfare standards. So this creates tension between religious identity and secular norms, leading to feeling of alienation when practices are misunderstood. And transnational ties also influence halal practices, blending cultural and religious observances, and this highlighting the need for ongoing dialogue and inclusivity. The practice of halal slaughter in Australia actually is a key part of the growing halal food industry. So it's driven by the increasing Muslim population and demand for halal certified products. So Australia has become one of the largest exporters of halal products, particularly meat, to countries like Indonesia and Malaysia. And halal certification bodies in this case is ensure compliance with Islamic law and Australian animal welfare standards. However, the use of stunning animal before slaughter is a debated issue, with some Muslims argue that it conflicts with halal principles, while others see it as enhancing animal welfare. So halal slaughter in Australia must adhere to animal welfare regulations, overseen by bodies like the Australian Federation of Islamic Council, and some certification bodies accept stunning, arguing that it reduces animal suffering, but others believe it conflicts with traditional halal methods requiring animal to be conscious. This divergence complicates halal certification in Australia. Meanwhile, growing public interest in halal products, both from Muslim and non-Muslims, has positioned Australia as a global leader in halal meat exports. While studies have explored legal and economic aspects, there is limited research on how contextual interpretation of halal law can bridge the gap between Islamic principles and Australian regulations. So this study actually aims to provide insight into how the Muslim community navigates its religious identity within a secular framework. So dialogue among scholars, halal certification bodies, and regulatory authorities is crucial for developing standards that respect both Islamic principles and Australian law. So the objective of this study is to explore contextual interpretation of halal laws within Australia's secular framework and research questions. How do Australian Muslims navigate halal laws within secular standard? We turn to the literature review. So the historical context of halal laws within Islamic jurisprudence is intricately connected to the foundational text of Islam, specifically the Quran and the Sunnah. So these texts provide explicit guidance on what is deemed permissible or halal and impermissible or haram, specifically concerning food and practices. So the term halal, meaning permissible, extends beyond dietary laws to encompass broader ethical and moral dimensions that govern a Muslim's ways of life. So this foundational understanding illustrates that halal laws are not merely about consumption, but also reflect the overarching values and principles of Islam. Historically, so the development of halal laws has been shaped by a variety of factors, including cultural practices and the interpretation offered by different schools of Islamic jurisprudence or fiqh. So this interpretation can vary significantly, leading to diverse understanding and application of halal across different cultures. So such variations highlight the dynamic nature of Islamic jurisprudence, which allows for flexibility and adaptation in response to local custom and societal needs. Now, we would like to understand about the Quranic foundation of halal and haram outlined in the Quran. So the fundamental principle regarding halal food in Islam are clearly outlined in the Quran. One of the key verses often referenced is Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 168. So this verse emphasizes two important aspects. First is lawfulness or halal, and the second is goodness or tayyib. So halal actually refers to what is legally permitted under Sharia law, while tayyib encompasses aspects of quality, cleanliness, and health. So the obligation to consume food that is both halal and tayyib is not only a legal requirement, but also a matter of physical and spiritual well-being. So if we see from the modern context perspective, for example, this concept can be expanded to include food production that is free from harmful chemicals, artificial preservatives, or substance detrimental to health. So thus the concept of halal in Islam is not limited to a legalistic aspect, but also encompasses ethical consumption and individual well-being. So in other words, we can say that Allah commands Muslims to choose food that is not only religiously permissible, but also beneficial for the body and soul. And the second surah, verse number 3, Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse number 3, further elaborates on prohibited foods. So this verse specifies certain types of food that are explicitly forbidden, such as carrion or animal that died without being slaughtered, blood, pork, and the meat of animals slaughtered in the name of other than Allah. So these prohibitions apply not only to certain food, but also to improper method of slaughter. So the slaughter must be performed in the name of Allah to signify that the animal's life is offered to him, showing respect for the living creatures being sacrificed. So thus the Quran provides clear guidelines on what Muslim can and cannot consume. Moreover, there's a hadith that explains the importance of proper slaughtering methods. So in a narration from Imam Muslim, for example, the Prophet said, "Verily, Allah has prescribed excellence or ihsan in everything. So if you kill, then kill well. And if you slaughter, then slaughter well. Let each one of you sharpen his blade and let the slaughtered animal die comfortably." So this hadith, or the saying of the Prophet, demonstrates that Islam emphasizes ihsan or kindness, even in the act of animal slaughter. Animals should be slaughtered with a sharp knife to minimize suffering, and they should be calm before slaughter. So this principle reflects the values of compassion and respect for living beings in Islam. So now we talk about the Australian food safety regulation and halal certification. So Australia's food safety regulations are primarily established by Food Standards Australia's New Zealand, which sets the national standards for food safety, hygiene, and labeling. So these standards are crucial for ensuring that food products are safe for consumption and meet the required quality benchmark. So in addition to food safety regulations, so Australia has established strict animal welfare laws that govern the treatment of animals during farming and slaughter. So the Australian animal welfare standards and guidelines ensure that animals are treated humanly throughout their lives, which is particularly significant for halal practices that emphasize ethical treatment. Halal certification bodies in Australia, such as the Islamic Coordinating Council of Victoria, play a vital role in ensuring that halal products comply with both Islamic dietary laws and Australian food safety regulations. So these bodies often accept the pre-slaughter stunning, provided that it aligns with halal requirement. reflecting a growing acceptance of practices that enhance animal welfare while adhering to to halal standards. However, misconception about halal practices and the complexities of navigating this regulation can lead to challenges for Muslim, especially for Muslim consumers seeking halal products in a secular context. Now, we turn to contextual interpretation, understanding in religious texts. So, the importance of context in understanding religious texts, particularly within Islamic jurisprudence, cannot be overstated. Contextual interpretation enables scholars and practitioners to derive meanings from religious texts that are not only faithful to the foundational teaching of Islam, but also relevant to contemporary situations. So this method of interpretation is essential in addressing the complexities of modern life, where rigid literal interpretation may fail to respond adequately to new challenges. So for example, we see the Maranao community in the Philippines. They place significant emphasis on halal as a core aspect of their Islamic faith, which shaped...
The time is officially up. Would you please mind giving your last two sentences?
All right. So the conclusion, I jump to the conclusion. So in conclusion, that the study actually shed light on the vital role of contextual interpretation in balancing Islamic natural law with Australia's secular regulatory framework. So by examining the adaptability of halal laws within a multicultural and secular environment, we gain a deeper understanding of how religious practices can coexist harmoniously within diverse societies. Okay, thank you so much for your time and attention. I appreciate the opportunity to share this research with you all, and I look forward to any suggestions or insights you may have. Thank you again for attending this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lutfi. Remember, we still have the discussion time where questions can be asked in order to fill in any gaps in the presentation. Now we're going to be staying on the topic of halal, but moving to Indonesia. So Mr. Wildan Ulumufami will be presenting on the dynamics of appropriation and resistance towards halal certification in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss. Let me to share my screen. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Wildan Ulumufami. I come from CRCS UGM. In this opportunity, I would like to thank all of mentor here. My topic is about dynamics of appropriation and resistance toward halal certification. This is an analytical study of MUI Fatwa number 44 of 2020 and the consensus of Ulama number 15 of 2024. The background of my study is Indonesia's status as the largest Muslim majority country. We know that as the previous speaker said that Indonesia is the largest Muslim country that I think is led to implement the certification of halal. And the second is the significance of halal certification for consumer confidence and regulatory assurance. I think it is important to make sure that what consumed by Muslim in Indonesia is halal. I will show there are some resistance and also problem about the consumption of halal in Indonesia. And the third background is the rising importance of halal certification worldwide, especially in expanding markets and ensuring consumer trust in Muslim majority countries. I think this is not only about the need from the Muslim, but also the trend in the worldwide about halal certification. And my focus study is to examine Indonesia halal certification framework with specific attention to MUI Fatwa number 44, which introduced reform aimed at transparency and accountability. And the next, the main research objective is to explore the evolution and dynamic of halal certification and to analyze the processes of appropriation and resistance. Uh, in in the draft I prepared to publish, I think there is still no researcher to focus on the dynamic of appropriation and resistance towards the process of halal certification in Indonesia. I think it is important to be studied. And the third is to evaluate implication for policy and stakeholder collaboration, because the implementation of halal certification in Indonesia is uh, uh, need to also engage the stakeholder, not only the fatwa producer such as MUI and also like Kemenat and so on. And this key fatwa and regulation, MUI fatwa number 44 of 2020 addresses certification criteria for food, beverage, and so on. And the consensus of ulama no number 15 of 44 emphasize transparency and independent in certification process. I think this point important to be noted, the position of MUI as an umbrella for many mass organization in Indonesia for issuing fatwa uh, uh, for Muslim society in Indonesia is important, because without the independency of consensus of I say MUI, the Muslim cannot believe in MUI. So the rise of consensus of ulama number 15 of 44 is important. It is issued in May last year. This is dynamic of appropriation. The first is economic and regulatory benefit. First is adoption by businesses for market access and consumer trust. The existence of halal policy, it is good for businesses, because they can offer something better to the society, and also government support for regulatory control. My case study is from Migacuan, and this is a big chain of noodle in Indonesia. It comes from initial lack of certification and subsequent adaptation due to consumer demand. This is example of the writing about the resistance to the certification of halal in Indonesia. MUI, Starbucks, and halal certification. This is my case study. Migacuan as the biggest chain noodle in Indonesia, initially rejected by the society, because they do not have halal certification. This is before June of 2023, because in the June 2023, Gajuan have halal certification, so they must adjust the regulatory from the government to change the name of menu and so on. The dynamic of resistance. Why do Muslim in Indonesia resist to the certification of halal? First is high cost and complex bureaucracy and the perception of imposed religious norms. For example, a small business facing certification challenges, because UMKM in Indonesia or small businesses have a challenge to to get the halal certification, because in my experience when I go into the in the process of halal certification, it is much complicated because we have to know the process of how to produce some product from initial to the last, and this is resistant from some from Kalis Mardiasi. It is a popular writer in Indonesia to criticize the effect of halal certification in Indonesia. And this is I capture from Instagram. This is from October 24. The effect of halal certification, the high or the expensive of cost, and this is comment in the Instagram. And my theoretical framework, I think the concept of appropriation is so many, but in this research, I just to define appropriation as adoption of halal certification by stakeholder for economic advantage, and resistance is passed back due to perceived economic burden and regulatory restriction. So in the resistance, we should know that there is a domination over the I call oppression, because why the society resists to some policy, because there are an injustice in the policy, and the result is changes in certification process. The regulatory adjustment influenced by Fatwa number 44 and Ulama Consensus number 15. And appropriation trends increasing adoption by large-scale businesses. And also resistant trends continue opposition, particularly among SM and certain consumer segment.
I'm extremely sorry, time's up. So conclusion, please.
Yeah, summary of my finding is halal certification dynamic reflect broader economic, regulatory, and religious influences. And the future direction is call for further research on evolving challenges in halal certification, especially for global market integration. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vildan. And ladies, gents, and gentle people, the reason why I've been tasked to keep time, so have a look at the timer, top right corner of your screen, and make sure that you're adhering to it, because we do have a full-packed program and everyone deserves their time to speak, correct? Remember, we do still have the Q&A though. So we are going to be staying in Indonesia, but we're going to change the topic. So Mrs. Iqbal Richtig will be presenting on her research on hijrah fandom amongst Indonesian Muslim youth.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm going to present my part of my research that focuses on Indonesian Muslim K-pop fans who strive to be pious while engaging in K-pop fandom. Hijrah fandom among Indonesian Muslim. Hijrah means here is internal conversion, journey, like a journey to become a better Muslim. I will start my presentation with a short movie parody, less than 1 minute.
Mau sampai kapan terbuka? Pakailah hijabnya. Istiqomah.
Assalamualaikum. Besok temenin aku beli hijab ya, yang nutup dada dan sesuai dengan syariat. Iya, besok. Kamu tahu kan tempat beli hijabnya di mana? Sampai ketemu besok. Assalamualaikum. Sebaiknya kalian juga. Bagi perempuan diwajibkan menutup aurat kalian. Oh iya, yang laki-laki jangan ya.
Okay, it is a short movie parody based on the K-drama Descendant of the Sun, created as TOTS, starring the famous ex-Song Song co-boss Song Joong Ki and Song Hye Kyo. When the couple married in October 2017, the term International Broken Heart Day circulated on social media. This K-drama is quite popular, and it's believed that many people start loving the K-drama after watching it. This Barbie video was co-created by an Indonesian couple, Fuad Bahtiar and his wife Arya Shinta. Fuad is a dakwah content creator and his wife is hijabi and former racer who love watching K-dramas. So how Korean web trends circulated in Indonesia? Indonesia is a majority Muslim country and a growing center of K-pop fandom in Southeast Asia. In January 2020, the ASEAN Post reported that Indonesia ranks second after the United States in streaming K-pop on Spotify. Twitter Indonesia also reported that throughout 20 and 21, Indonesian netizens were the largest contributor to K-pop discussion on the platform. To get overview Indonesian Muslim and K-pop, we need to know a brief context of Indonesian politics, social, and culture. The early 2000s, Indonesians have witnessed the East Asian entertainment, particularly in drama series such as Jackie Chan from China, Bitter Garden from Taiwan, followed by K-drama series such as Winter Sonata and Autumn in My Heart. These two K-dramas were signified initial moment that Indonesians get to know more closely to Korean popular culture. 10 years later, Indonesian people were introduced to Korean boy and girl groups, which at that time K-pop groups were developing quite rapidly, accelerating by online platforms such as YouTube. Korean stars on Indonesian screens TV. Recognizing their widespread popularity and influence, Korean stars have recently not only appeared in K-dramas or K-pop groups, but also featured prominently in advertisement on television and online platforms. Several well-known Indonesian e-commerce companies have selected Korean stars as their brand ambassador. This trend highlights the powerful impact of the Korean web in Indonesia, as the stars help to bridge cultural boundaries and attract a diverse audience, aligning with Korean celebrities. Indonesian brands aim to tap into the strong fan base of K-pop and K-dramas, increasing their visibility and appeal, especially among young consumers. This phenomenon also reflects the growing integration of Korean popular culture into everyday life in Indonesia, shaping fashion, lifestyle, and consumer behavior across the country. Korean wave among Indonesian citizens and ministers. On June 20 and 21, the South Korean boy band BTS was collaborating with McDonald's to launch the BTS meal. This meal is available for drive-thru and online delivery. This was gone viral. A few of McDonald's stores was forced to be temporarily closed by the local police, post demand and sub the reason amid COVID-19 spread. In this condition, one day before the launch, the Army of Indonesia as fan base of BTS was managed and organized some plans to reward the drivers online who ticket their orders. BTS will assign credit to the drivers. The army, they build communication on Twitter platform. They demand one another to give the reward or tip, even like a donation. And an online driver got to put hampers after delivering the BTS meal. So, among Indonesian ministers, the use of popular culture among government agencies like how K-pop and K-drama trends as tools to engage the public and engage the appeal of governmental programs in the digital age. Kemkominfo, or Ministry of Communication and Informatics, incorporating characters from startup K-drama entitled Startup, and Kemenhukam, Ministry of Love and Human Rights, using a sweet game theme in 2021 of civil servant job candidates or CPNS exam. So, Indonesian K-popers resisted. Indonesian K-pop fans are often perceived as fanatical, apathetic, and deeply engrossed in the K-pop world. In contrast to Hollywood fans, this is partly due to their sense of closeness or proximity to so-called Eastern culture rather than the Western pop culture. In fact, they have a big potential power. 3 years ago, they take a part to raise social and political issues in the country. They criticize the Omnibus Law, which is just approved by DPR, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia. Despite being stereotyped and fanatic and consume popular culture, Indonesian K-pop fans have demonstrated significant social and political engagement. They utilize their collective voice to criticize controversial legislation like the Omnibus Law and actively participate in public demonstration. Indonesian K-pop fans creatively blend fandom elements with expression of nationalism, using unique slogans and K-pop references during protests to capture public attention and assert their role as both passionate fans and active citizens. Meanwhile, in the field, Indonesian K-popers will raise some unique slogan amid the demonstration and succeed to attract public attention. They were combining the K-pop staff and their nationalism, such as Live Job for streaming K-pop MP because the BRRI drama Jinja or very nice. K-pop just hobby, nationality still priority. The slogan implies two things, namely identity as K-pop fans as well as Indonesian citizens. They claim that loving K-pop doesn't mean losing your identity or reduce your nationalism. On the other hand, the spirit and solidarity of K-popers become positive energy under certain conditions. This situation is called by Jungwon Kim as democratic fandom. So, mostly studies about Muslim youth and popular culture often focus on themes of hybridization and pop Islamism. Muslim youth is the group of people who are deemed to be saleh or pious that succeeds in creating a unique response in consuming popular culture. Not only active as consumer, but now they are turned into active agents who found their own ways in responding to the popular culture while still prioritizing in Muslim identities. Muslim youth negotiate their fun or desire and seek their aspiration with accommodated strategies, both subversively and innovatively. In subversive accommodation, Muslim youth tend to take advantage of religious ritual to accommodate their desire by reforming Islamic norm, while in innovative accommodation, young people will tend to take advantage of traditional religious rules to pursue their desire. In turn, the flow of collaboration and the popular culture among Muslim youth have encouraged them to create their own ways in responding to pop culture. It can be seen from current phenomenon among Indonesian Muslim K-popers who show their expression and articulation in line with their habits regarding their identities as the pious Muslim and young generation. For instance, the use of popular terms that circulate in the community, namely excavers that I studied here, they prefer to combine Arabic terms and Korean terms instead of fully Arabic or fully Korean terms, such as the word "I love you." They didn't use Arabic terms "hibuka" or "hibuka villa," or Korean terms like "sarangi," which have the same meaning with "I love you." They regularly use "sarangi villa" to identify their two identities, as K-popers refers to the word "sarangi," derives from Korean, and Muslim refers to the word villa, which derives from Arabic. So, sarangi villa. Okay.
Unfortunately, your time is up. Absolutely. Please come to your conclusion.
Okay, I will jump to the conclusion. As a Muslim preacher and K-pop enthusiast, Fatnaim has successfully become a new role model for Indonesian Muslim K-pop fans through his creativity and skill embodied in the community he founded. Excavator has drawn the attention of many followers to join and learn about Islam by utilizing element of the Quran to support his da'wah. Instead of forbidding or avoiding K-pop, Fuad encouraged Muslim K-pop fans to maintain both their faith and fandom through Islamic gathering like kajian. By establishing subunit small groups based on specific K-pop fandoms under the excavator's umbrella, members actively engage in various activities both online and offline. As part of the Yuk Ngaji community, Fuad subtly integrate Tahriri ideology into his preaching. However, question remains as to whether Excavator is simply a space for K-pop fans to have fun, or it serves as part of Hizbut Tahrir Indonesia's propaganda. Considering that Islamic movement has been banned in Indonesia, its presence may be camouflaged within a community like XK waivers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next presenter, Mrs. Nurul Sali, will be presenting on the holistic masjid blueprint for combating the abuse of hadana in Malaysia. Please, again, watch your time. There's a timer up on the right-hand corner, because as you can see, we are enforcing the timing because it's a long day with a lot of presenters. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, everyone. My name is Nurul Ashikin Minti Sazali, and I am honored to present at CILIS Conference 2024. Inshallah, I'll be presenting a very important issues, which is abuse and neglect of children in a Malaysian context. We are actually witnessing a rising number of cases in Malaysia that I believe requires a framework that not only addresses the issues, but also aligned with the Islamic principles. Right. So as we can see here, this is the statistic of children in need and of care and protection in Malaysia. And if everyone can see here, the number from 2020 to 2022, the numbers of children in need of care and protection is increasing. And this is reported by the Department of Social Welfare Malaysia. And also the statistic of cases of children dying of abuse in Malaysia also has been released by the Malaysian Police, PDRM. And if you can see here, the number from 2018 to 2022 is quite worrying, because it's only 25 cases in 2018 up to 81 cases in 2022. And I believe this is a pivotal issue that requires an urgent solution. So before we go to what is the solutions proposed by the Maqasid Sharia, we're going to learn what is actually the hadana or custody in Islamic context. So hadana, according to Shafi'i school of thought, means providing nurturing support to individuals who are unable to fully manage their own upbringing. And according to the Maliki schools of thought, is preservation of the child in his home, his coming and going, and looking after his interests, and this including providing his foods, clothing, and cleaning his body, and also taking care of his affairs. And of course, there are so many definitions of hadana, but the point that you can conclude from all the definition is to taking care of the children who are unable to take care of themselves and providing their needs. And what is abuse in this context? According to the Basam Ashati, ta'assuf is the utilization of the legitimate right in an illegitimate manner. So child abuse is not only just the violation of child's right, but also the major offense against their basic needs and dignity. And abuse can be categorized in a few things and few types. For example, the physical abuse, which is intentional bodily injury. That's maybe something such as slapping, pinching, choking, shoving, or maybe the use of improper use of drugs. And also the other type of it is a sexual abuse, which also this category includes social slavery, pornography, sodomy, rape, and sexual assault. And another type of abuse is emotional abuse, which is including like harassment, treating an adult like a child, and insulting an adult from the family, friends, or regular activities, and also maybe using a silence to control their behavior, and also engaging in the yelling and swearing that sometimes may lead to their mental distress. And the last one, one of the type of abuse is neglect, which is a serious failure to provide for the basic physical and emotional developmental needs concerning the child's health. And as you can see here, these are the factors that are contributing to the child negligence and abuse here in Malaysia. And if you can see, there is the number, the major contributor to the factors of the child abuse is actually the family disputes, the financial problems, and also the other one is influenced by the boyfriends and peers. And I can conclude from this is one of the main reason or main factor of child negligence and abuse is actually the children that are coming from the broken family. abuse of the rights of Haduna. Unfortunately, the fundamental of the principles of Haduna sometimes neglect and abuse, and instead of offering the protection, the guardians fail in fulfilling the responsibilities that resulting into the neglect and mistreatment. And this reality is actually contradicts to the essence of what Haduna is actually in Islam, which is emphasize the comprehensive care of the children. And this is also cases in Malaysia that related to the abuse. And this is the most shocking finding from the research. When I did the research, I found out that the statistic of children in need of care and protection by offenders, and the major contributor to the child neglect and abuse is actually from the biological mother, which goes to the first place with more than 1,000 cases that involve biological mother as the abuser, and also followed by the biological father and stepfather, and not to mention the babysitters who are responsible or carry the responsibilities to take care of the child as well. And the objective of this paper is actually to proposing a strategies rooted in the Maqasid Sharia, and the goal is to create a nurturing environment and strengthen the system that support at-risk children. Before we go to the solution proposed, what is Maqasid? So Maqasid, according to Ashatibi, I'm going to also refer to my paper. According to the Ashatibi, is the Maqasid Sharia, translated to English, is an objective of the Islamic law. So as outlined by Ashatibi, the Maqasid Sharia focuses on the human welfare and also the protection from harm. And the Maqasid Sharia can be categorized into Daruriyat, Tahsiniyat, and also the Hajiyat. And Daruriyat is the essential that aim to protect that five key aspect, which is religions, preservation of religion or Hifzuddin, preservation of life or Hifzun Nafs, preservation of the intellect, Hifzul Aql, and preservation of lineage, Hifzun Nasl, and the last one is preservation of property. There are another objectives of the Islamic law as well, but I'm not mentioning here. So what are the solutions that can be proposed based on this Maqasid blueprint? So this is one of the figures from the article, my paper. So Maqasid Sharia, from these five key aspects, I would say like Hifzuddin is the safeguarding of the faith, where the protection of the well-being children play a crucial role in upholding Islamic values. So addressing child abuse within this context start with strengthening religious education, like for example organizing lectures, workshop, and also family-oriented courses like having a courses about Tarbiyatul Awlad and so on. And another one is community support. For example, like establishing the community centers that can serve support networks where the parents can find moral and physical supports, and this can also reduce the risk of neglect. And such place like centers create a safe and also the caring spaces that foster Islamic teaching and a communal well-being. And the next one is Hifz al-Nafs, which is stresses on the life and health. So the solution proposed is to promoting the physical mental well-being. In this context of preventing child abuse, the principle suggests to have a healthy lifestyle program such as encouraging the physical activities like jogging and cycling, and also the substance abuse prevention. We can do as like counseling and education to offer, because one of the main contributor to the child abuse is actually the parents' involvement or the guardians' involvement in the alcoholisms and also the drugs and also the criminal. So this offering program can raise awareness on the harm of substance abuse like alcohol and drugs. Additionally, the parents are urged to ensure the children access to the healthcare and nutrition, can directly support to their physical and emotional well-being in the line of the protection of the life. And the next one is Hifzul Aql. The preservation of intellect stresses the mental development and resilience. So effort that can be done in this area is educational programs like life skill education and anti-bullying that can initiative by the school. And next one is parental training. And of course, also the Hifzul Nasab, we can do family counseling and also the legal supports to provide supports in the legal term. And last one is the Hifzul Mal, the financial empowerment to support the economic in the families, which is also one of the contributor to the abuse, and also the social welfare program. And I believe the time is about to end now. So in conclusion, the Makosid-based approach, the Haldona approach by the Hadana is actually provides a comprehensive and equitable path towards protecting children's rights. And by aligning with the legal practices with the objective of Islamic law, we foster an environment where child welfare are paramount. And this blueprint is not only aims to prevent harm, but also strengthens the family unit, promoting social harmony and in line with the core values of mercy, fairness, and justice. And I hope that's conclude everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know it's a hard ask you to present your research in 10 minutes. Just wanted to check if Mr. Salmanul Faris, our next speaker on the arrival and evolution of Islam in Kerala, is here. Okay. That means, well, please join me for a very much welcome round of appreciation to our presenters. It's not easy being the early ones up, so thank you very much, everyone. Well done. Please join me in your applause. You are more than welcome to use of course, polite and supportive hand gestures, right? We've all mostly figured out nowadays how to do this. The next part will now the Q&A, the discussion. You can raise your hand, or please put your questions in the chat. And I will then address it to the relevant speaker. You're also more than welcome, if you are a speaker, to ask your co-presenters any questions. Do we have a first question? I don't see any hands up. No one wants to go first in the chat either? Well, then as the chair of the panel, I'm going to be exercising my prerogative to be asking a question. My first question is in regards to the halal presentation. So it's addressed to both speakers. Thank you very much. And I've been working on the halal area as well. The one challenge I see is that we do have such a diverse a number of organizations that are impacting halal certifications. So in Australia and in Indonesia as well. And in other areas, there have been attempts to find a global standard for these things. What do you think are the prospects of something like this emerging? And would it be assisting or indeed hindering the halal certification in your particular countries? Because you've talked about Australia and Indonesia. Lutfi, do you want to go first?
All right. Thank you for the questions about the standards. Actually, I'm going to research about the halal certification in Australia, so that involve the several halal certification bodies, how they they issue the policy. So we have like a challenges, especially in Australia, that we have the most scholars. Most scholars just agree with such kinds of the halal regulations of Islam, but in other side that have to navigate the compliance to the government's policy about especially about the animal welfare standard and food safety. So specifically about the stunning before slaughter. So the interpretation among scholars of Muslim Australian Muslim actually is a variety. Diverse. So then there need to the dialogue ongoing dialogue between Muslim scholars, especially halal certification bodies and government agencies, to improve, to develop the standard of halal itself. So the diverse interpretations of halal in Australia and other Muslim community around the world, actually, because they have like a different kinds of cultures and economic factors, and also the diverse interpretations among Muslim scholars, especially within Islamic jurisprudence. So these kind of things actually need to be cooperations and dialogue between those stakeholders in order to make a global standard. But this is kind of our challenges actually. So hopefully in my research I would like to search too deeper about this. So because it's just the beginning. And yeah, I would like to search more about how that the differences of this halal certification process in the Muslim community, especially in Australia, they can harmonize. So then why that I try to issue or to bring this kind of research actually, because that the contextual interpretation is very accommodative, I think, in harmonizing and reconciling the diverse interpretation between among Muslims, especially in interaction between the religious identity and religious practices with the government's policy especially about the stringent animal welfare standards and food safety. So I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wildan?
Okay, thank you, Miss. Just short answer, but I think the existence of halal certification is important because in Indonesia there are several places that dominated with a non-Muslim citizen, such as Bali. Bali Island is dominated by Hindu believers. I found that in the last few years, the existence of meatball seller in Bali that has not halal certification rejected by some Muslim believer because they do not believe the halal of the meatball. So I think this is also related to the tourism, because when a Muslim come to Bali, that the seller has halal certification, they feel more convenient, more safety, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the halal certification is all about safety, security for the Muslim customer, absolutely. And it's a really tension area to get that going. So, Tim, you have a hands up?
Yep. Thank you very much. I had a question for, beg your pardon, Nurul Asikin Sazali about the issue of child abuse in Malaysia. And I wonder if she could just say a little bit more, please, about the role of the courts in relation to child abuse. Do the courts frequently become involved in that, the Sharia courts I'm really referring to here? What are their powers and do they exercise them? Are they a significant player in this?
Thank you so much for the questions, Doctor. Correct me if I'm wrong. The question is about the roles of the court. Am I right? Yeah, of course. The law in Malaysia is quite unique because we are the combination of the Islamic law, the custom law, and also the English law, which is because we are the British colonized, former British colonized before. So it's influenced the law that we are having, we are practicing now. And the law of the court, of course, for Muslim people, for the case of Haduna, we are rules under the Islamic Sharia law. So the court in the Sharia constitutions for the Haduna. that's the law of the courts for the Muslim people that we are using the Sharia law here in Malaysia. Different from the non-Muslim, there are actually rules under not the Sharia law in Malaysia. So the thing is, when I start to do this framework is not only limited to the legal framework, but also the holistic solution for all aspects, social, the legal, and also the other aspect as well. So as much as the community support too. So if you were asking me what is the roles of the courts, of course, it decides who is actually going to become the guardian for the children if, for example, the dispute of the family happens in the family. And so the rules of the court is actually to determine who is the guardians that going to take care of the child. And of course, in case of the abuse that come from the both parents, maybe the child will be put under the social welfare in Malaysia. So that's what is the rules of the court. They determines who actually is going to taking care of the children. Yes, I hope that's answered the questions.
Can I just push this a little bit further? I suppose I've got two questions. The first is, obviously the Sharia courts in Malaysia deal with the question of custody or custody in a broad sense where abuse has occurred. And if there's a criminal offence, that may go to the Sharia court or may go to the general courts. I'm not, depending on the nature of the offence, I suppose. But the question is, are the courts effective in dealing with this issue or ineffective? And if they're ineffective, what then is the solution?
The court does play its roles, and it does effective in a way, but I'm not sure what is the definition of the effective here. It's if it is determined by the numbers of the cases, then there must be something lack from the legal institutions. If it's determined by the numbers of the cases, as the number of cases actually increasing. But of course, if it's determined by the cases itself, I believe that the legal court has plays a pivotal role as well, as they're also taken step and as for all the reported cases, so they are making move for that one also.
Thank you so much. We have a question from Dina, please.
Hi, thanks, Kirsten. And my question is for Ikoma. I'm interested in your research, and I would like to, if you can explore more about how do you define preachers in your research?
Okay, can you hear my voice? Okay, so in Indonesian context, Islamic preachers respond to prayer have different argument. There they agree and disagree. So the encounter of Quran and Islam in Indonesia not always runs smoothly. Sometimes there's two things need to dynamics. In response to the current web, some of ustad or preachers in Indonesian Islam can be agree and disagree. So mostly the disagreement came from conservative Islamic preachers or ustad with affiliated to Salafi group. Khalid Basalama and Syafiq Riza Basalama are ustad from Salafi group, and they disagree that Indonesian Muslim they have they order the Indonesian Muslim to leave the hip hop and K-drama entertainment. So this gap make fanboy, ex-fanboy, his name is Fuad Naim. Fuad Naim has been given many labels from his followers, such as Ustad K-pop, Ustad fanboy, and Sajangnim, that derives from Korean term. Sajangnim is mean boss, like that. So Fuad Naim's journey from being a K-pop and K-drama fan to a dakwah trainer or dakwah or preachers and founder of XKW, a community that focuses on dakwah particular in Korean web. So he tried to make a space for Indonesian Muslim K-pop fans to invite them to learn Islam and having fun with Korean webs like that. That's all. That's all. Finish.
Thank you so much. Nadia, you have a question?
Yes. So back to halal. I think it's good that we have a comparison of Indonesia and Australia here with the two presenters. So I want to ask both of them. One of the biggest criticism of halal certificate in Indonesia is they could not distinguish between halal and tohur, halal and suci. So that's why then it's a joke like shoes become halal, a washing machine become halal, whereas we cannot eat those things, right? So that's the problem. So how you respond to this criticism, looking at what happened in Australia and Indonesia, whether they have the same issues and how they respond to this criticism about cannot distinguish between halal and tohur or suci.
Okay, who's to respond first? All right. So thank you so much for the question, Gus Nadir Shah Hussein. Thank you. We're talking about the halal and tahur. So halal, actually, there are a variety of verses that outline in the Quran about the halal, as well as tahur. So I think there's a specific difference. So I would like to disclaimer myself that I'm not the linguistic expert actually, but I would like to answer according to my opinions, according to my understanding about the halal. So halal actually in the Quran has been explicitly mentioned in the Quran. Is talking about the permissible or lawful, something lawful, but it's not limited only to the dietary consumption law actually, but it extends beyond the dietary law and to encompasses a general and broader ethical and moral dimensions that govern a Muslim's life. But I think difference or distinguish different from tahur. Tahur is, I think, only the specific term that talking about the physical term. I think it's not same with the area of understanding if we compare to the halal understanding. So meaning that the halal, once again, the halal understanding is broader. Broader meaning, has a broader meaning, has broader ethical and overarching values and principle of Islam in general. But tahur, I think it's more specific. It's talk only about the cleaning, but in the physical cleaning or physical in physical term. I think that's a distinction that I know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nadir Shah. This is from my experience to participate in halal certificator training in University of Indonesia several months ago. I think the process of halal certification is strict, rigid, because I think there are several process that must be ditempuh.
Must be followed.
Before halal certification is given to the product, including the chemical, also this is I think also include the what you call as tohur, because tohur is more strict than halal. So what is implemented in Indonesia also cover the issue of tohur. I think that's my opinion.
Kristen, can I jump here? S- uh, 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 the problem is what you explain is against what the classic fiqh doctrine said. So like this mobile phone, my mobile phone is not halal. You can't eat it. Just like washing machine, shoes, your clothes, you can't eat it. You can drink it. But what that's why we call it. There's another term in the fiqh. So that's why that's the biggest criticism of the law on a halal in Indonesia. They could not distinguish between the two, and that's why the traditional kiai from pesantrens have some concerns about why everything needs to be halal and certified, whereas well, in the fiqh term, we don't need everything need to be halal because there is another term. And I heard that in Malaysia, they distinguish between the two. So they produce not only halal certificate, but also tahur or suci certificate. So make it clear between the two. But the line is really blurred in Indonesian law. So I think that's my comment. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Wildan and Lutfi.
Thank you very much. We do have some follow-up question in the chat. So one of them, we are staying on halal, is to what extent is the expansion of the global halal food market financially motivated? And does this focus on profit dilute or contradict the classical Islamic intentions behind halal practice? Wildan, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I think it is also about the issue of business that I said in my presentation. Also, I read a book edited by Ayang Utriza Yakin about the issue of halal in not in Muslim majority countries, but in Europe, because they use halal certification to support the business, because halal product is something strange or also extinct, maybe limited in non-Muslim countries. So when the Muslim travel to these minority Muslim countries, they feel convenient, more safety. So it is also related to the issue of I said before. So halal certification, I argue, closely related to tourism studies, I think, because like what you see in Belgium and also in France and also the Australia, that these non-Muslim countries, they regulate the halal certification. Why they regulate this? Also, I think the business is also one of the motive. This is my opinion.
Thank you so much. Lutfi, any short comments?
Yeah, I think since the halal is not only belongs to religious rules, but also it has, I mean, involved in the commerce, global commerce. So then I think this kind of matter is very strategic for the businessman, for example, to have like the interest in it. And then they try to make this kind of halal certification as one of their strategic in, in attract the Muslim consumers as well as the non-Muslim consumers. So because halal certification actually has been popular and highly demand to especially for non-Muslim consumers to the halal certified products. So I think business, I think it was one of the consumers, the businessman interest to as a strategy to attract the Muslim and non-Muslim community to to consume their product. Actually, thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, absolutely, we do sometimes see a mix between halal certification and ethical investment, particularly in the banking and finance area. But that's a different topic, and I'm delighted that we stayed right on time. So please join me again thanking our presenters for a very thought-provoking start into the day. And for the presenters, they're going to be joining me in the breakout room now in order to get some individual feedback while the rest of the program continues here in the main room. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kirsten and speakers, much appreciated. Just to explain what happens now for you all, Kirsten as the mentor and the speakers in that panel will be automatically placed in a breakout room in just a moment by Catherine Taylor, our centre manager, who is the genius behind the scenes making all this work. So she will take them out, put them in a breakout room, and that'll be a chance for Kirsten as the mentor to talk to the speakers about their presentations and the research, talk about PhD research, and talk about any issue arising from their work. So this is an opportunity for mentorship one-on-one between a senior scholar and student participants in this conference. So that will be happening at the end of each of our panel sessions. And we will just remind those in the breakout room to come back before the end of the following session. So you could have up to 40 minutes or so for discussions. And this is a key part of our CILIS Islamic Studies Postgraduate Conference, something that we think makes a little different to the others, this one-on-one mentoring opportunity. Now, having said that, I think we need to move straight into our next session, which is on Islam and gender, and welcome our mentor, Dr. Dina Afrianti from the Australian Catholic University. Dina, thank you.
Thanks, Pak Tim. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the four presenters in this Islam and gender session. I look forward to hearing from your presentation, and I think we will all appreciate if you can follow what has happened in the first session. So make sure that you speak for 10 minutes, otherwise you will be kicked out, and then you will be, having trouble following what you need to say. Okay, first speaker is Ms. Fitri Zakia Hafiza. You will be having 10 minutes, Fitri. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all. So today I'm going to present my preliminary research on polygamy in contemporary Muslim society and affluence-driven practice or human rights violations. So I'll straight to the background. So the background, the things that makes me the topic that's the things that become the background to make me interested in the topic is that in a world that increasingly values personal freedom and equality, it is interesting that the polygamy still persists in the modern era, where actually, even though it is permitted in Islamic law, the practice of polygamy is still subjected to controversy and debates, particularly receive high criticism from feminists. Also, recent studies, even though despite of its criticism, recent studies also unveiled a surge of polygamy movements, particularly in new media or social media, which has raised the questions, what drives some Muslims to practice polygamy in contemporary society, and how the practice deals with the moral injunctions of women's rights in today's context. So I will touch on the three primary perspectives on polygamy. The first one is the proponents or the advocates who commence initiatives aimed at the normalization of polygamous relationships, supported by the Quranic Revelation, chapter 4, verse 3. The second one is the government regulations who permits the practice of polygamy contingent upon specific criteria or qualifications occurred in some certain Islamic or Muslim countries. And the last one is feminists who advocates for the prohibition or then the polygamy due to its potential harm to violate human rights, specifically women, also supported by the Quranic verse, chapter 4, 129. But among these three perspectives, I will only focus on the two perspectives. The first one, the proponents, and the feminist one.
But before that, I would like to touch first on the general principle of polygamy in the Prophet era, which is based on classical views. So most of scholars and mufassirs agree that the Islamic law permits polygamy, but it is simultaneously imposed a moral ideal that society should strive. So this interpretation implies that polygamy is not stipulated by Quran or Sharia. It was actually existed historically before the Islam period, but Islam comes to restrict it to uphold social justice and treatment of orphans. Despite its restrictions, there are some shared agreements between among Muslim scholars, both in Shiite views and Sunni views, summarized in some patterns, such as polygamy is not mandatory, yet it has the potential to address certain societal challenges. And then polygamy can become a means to rectify gender disparities or gender imbalance. Polygamy also become a preventive measure against infidelity or mitigation of adultery. Also, it can enhance the status and agency of women. So proceed to the study case regarding to the modern polygamy, which is controversial enough. Through the ethnography method, I discover at least 3 types of campaign through trainings, seminars, application, or clubs, spanning from 2009 until 2021, located in Malaysia, specifically in Indonesia. In the colored one is on the application is actually already banned, so I cannot get the specific data, lots about it. But the most consistent one among this campaign of polygamy or promotion, which is become the analysis of this research, is the 3 websites. The first one is the coachhafidin.com, which is originated from Indonesia. The second one is polygamyharmony.org from Malaysia. And the last one is daurahpolygamy.com. All 3 of them are the websites, which is originated from Indonesia as well. So based on the analysis of each websites, there are the patterns of the modern campaign of polygamy in contemporary society, which can be summarized in some points. The first one is that in the website, polygamy is justified by the religious text, and then always signify prophet as the exemplary figure who conduct polygamy. The second one is that every polygamy practitioners on the website is showcased as the spiritual educator. The third one is that they exhibit provocative materials to advocate for polygamy, and then there are online consultation service. And the last one is they also provide price lists and benefits for seminars, mentorings. Some even have the fantastic costs, like almost 50 millions only for one private mentoring. So that's the pattern found in every website. Here are the samples of the flyers, which promoting the polygamy. Always the narration always that it is mentored by the practitioner of 4 wives, and then to fulfill the harmony of family, and then get the wisdom with a discount price, like that. So of course, this type of family interest the feminist objections. So feminist objections give their counter arguments regarding to the patterns exhibited by the polygamy advocates. The first one is that the Quran was historically never endorsed polygamy. Second one is that polygamy in contemporary times mostly gives negative implications to women's status and economic well-being. And then the third one is that polygamy engender insecurity for women and children, along with potential divorce. And then the contemporary polygamy, which is exhibited by all those advocates in online medias, is not represented as Islamic polygamy. Rather, it is presented as a form of religious commodification. So this is the disagreement of feminist objection. That is why they give this graphic as a conflicting perspective between a feminist and polygamy promoters. The first table, the first graphic is signifying that the wife's complete obedience to her husband is considered an obligatory act of worship to attain divine approval, to be close to God. While in feminist perspective, both wife and husband has the same status before the God. So there's no restriction, just like in the matter of the polygamy advocates. So this different interpretation is actually the matters of so this context of between normalization, which is promoted by the advocates, and then the prohibition, which is promoted by the feminists, actually influenced by many factors, which is cannot be generalized with the classical perspective. So the first factors is that they have different interpretation of religious texts, while the proponents think that polygamy is obligatory. It is not right to say it haram or banned. The classical perspective said it is not mandatory, but it has social benefits for certain condition. And the feminist perspective doesn't actually recognize polygamy is permitted, but in contemporary context, it is no longer relevant. In the socioeconomic consideration, for example, the proponents view that polygamy can serve as a panacea for every social problems, for example, gender imbalance, LGBT, and then also to foster familiar harmony. And then in classical perspective, it is only can be the harmony and then the gender balance, it is only can be reached or attained only by the justice treatment. But in feminists, it is impossible to do that because
your time is up, so probably jump into your conclusion.
Yes, the conclusion, thank you very much. So the conclusion is polygamy in contemporary Muslim society is a complex issue influenced by a myriad factors, including religion, culture, economics, and personal desires. Online communities have played a significant role in shaping attitudes and practices related to polygamy, providing platforms for discussion, support, and justification. However, the ramification of polygamous arrangement on individual welfare, gender parity, and societal cohesion continue to be a continuous topic of debate. Subsequent investigation ought to explore in greater depth the lived experience of individuals engaged in polygamous life, with a particular emphasis on women, employing field research methodologies or in-depth interview to acquire a more nuanced comprehension of this intricate phenomenon. Thank you so much. This marks the end of my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Fitri. I'm sure we can have more discussion about your project later on. So second speaker is Ms. Anna Hardy from the University of Melbourne. Time is yours, Anna.
Thank you, Dr. Frianti. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm very much looking forward to hearing your thoughts on my thesis project. My thesis is entitled The Female Body and Sexuality in Islam Between Text and Practice, a case study of honor killing in Egypt. And during this presentation, I will be outlining the key objectives of my thesis and providing some political and historical context. I've actually just returned from 4 months of fieldwork in Cairo, so I will also be outlining some preliminary findings of my research. Honor killing is a phenomenon that's widely discussed across disciplines and spans multiple country contexts, predominantly in North Africa and in the Middle East. The violent nature of the crime naturally garners considerable amounts of international media attention when individual cases are brought into the global consciousness. Given the prevalence of such cases in either Muslim-majority countries or migrant Muslim communities, suggestions of connections between Islam and honour killing have surfaced, particularly when honour killing cases occur in countries outside of what is considered the norm for such crimes, at least in the eyes of the West. From 2002, the Honour-Based Violence Awareness Network, an online-based organisation, has noted a rise in honour killing cases across the Middle East and North Africa, including Egypt and more specifically in Upper Egypt. Numerous Egyptian sources also report an increase in violence against women more broadly throughout the coronavirus pandemic from 2020, and murder as a result of perceived dishonourable action on behalf of women accounted for 12.3% of domestic violence murders. Incidents of honour killings are underreported, and such deaths may be reported by families as suicides, the rate of which has also increased significantly since 2020. In light of the increasing number of honour killing cases, despite widely accepted underreporting, further investigations as to the nature and the rhetoric surrounding the practice is becoming increasingly necessary. The disconnect between the rhetoric of perpetrators who frequently cite Islam as legitimating the practice of honour killing, yet the public denouncement of the practice by various Islamic institutions also prompts further questions as to the role of Islam in some rhetoric. Honour as a concept exists in a variety of understandings and manifestations around the globe. However, a collective understanding of honour is more prevalent in the MENA region rather than the individualistic conception of honour that tends to exist elsewhere. As such, honour killing is entangled with nationalism, religion, and the state, and to ignore the potential role of Islam in supporting the rhetoric behind honour killing for some individual perpetrators overlooks an integral and pervasive aspect of the Egyptian legal system and indeed broader society. Today, women in Egypt exist at a point of tension between modernity and traditionalism. As women have begun to emerge from the gendered space of the home, a subsequent pushback against modernity has fixated upon women's autonomy. As stated by Amani Abdelrazak El-Saifi, the struggle for power between Islamists and secular-oriented forces and the rise of interactive social media platforms in a patriarchal class society revived the heated debates on women's rights, gendered spaces, and the role of religion in the public sphere. In light of this context, my thesis is centred upon three central questions. First, how are understandings of the female body and sexuality expressed in Islamic literature? Second, to what extent have patriarchal interpretations of Islamic literature been instrumental in supporting the rhetoric and culture surrounding honour killing in Egypt? And thirdly, what are the contemporary societal attitudes towards honour killing in Egypt? To establish a foundation with which to understand the representations of the female body and sexuality in Islamic literature, it became necessary to devote a chapter of my thesis specifically to this analysis. Within this chapter, the literature is discussed historically, beginning with early Genesis literature and concluding with a discussion of contemporary Egyptian legislature. In examining humanity's origins, the story of Adam and Eve has long shaped views of men and women across Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, and each tradition frames the story differently, often in ways that imply distinct roles for men and women. For instance, in early to medieval Islamic scholarship, Eve evolves from a neutral figure to a symbol of transgression, highlighting broader concerns about female agency and sexuality. In the Egyptian context, these traditional gender roles are not only religiously rooted, but also enshrined in state law. For instance, the Egyptian constitution underscores a commitment to family as the basis of society, as stated in its Article 10, which emphasizes the state's duty to protect family cohesion and moral values. Article 11, meanwhile, outlines equality between men and women in civil and political spheres, yet it also reinforces women's primary role in the private sphere by ensuring that they can balance family obligations with professional work. Women's bodies in this sense are often seen as symbolic protectors of national values and cultural identity, a stance that's reflected directly within Egypt's constitution. Throughout the 20th century, as Islamic and secular governments vied for influence, gender politics became a tool for expressing national identity. Secular leaders opposed compulsory veiling but emphasized women's domestic responsibilities, while Islamist groups like the Muslim Brotherhood supported women's education, yet advocated for gender segregation. And even during Gamal Abdel Nasser's presidency, where debates over modernity often intersected with Western ideals, women's roles were still linked to their reproductive capacity. His 1966 family planning program underscores this, framing the family as a factory for future generations. Religious and secular responses both reduced women's autonomy, restricting decisions about their bodies to align with either national or familial interests. And in modern Egypt, this tension between public engagement and limited political participation persists. For instance, during the mobilizations leading up to the 2011 revolution, women were heavily involved in protests, yet often faced targeted violence from government forces. Economic opportunities may have grown, yet acceptance of women's political roles remains limited. In order to ascertain a wider understanding of honor killing in Egypt and the perceptions of the crime, I interviewed a range of participants with varying experiences. The first perspective is that of Egyptian-based feminist non-governmental organizations. These groups, which include the Center for Women's Legal Assistance, the New Women Foundation, and Superwoman, all fulfill multiple roles as policy advocates, legal assistance providers, educators, and a variety of others. The second perspective is drawn from interviews with religious authorities, and within this perspective, I interviewed lecturers and academics from the Sharia department of Al-Azhar University, who are closely aligned with the Ministry of Justice, providing legal advice to the government and often directly to judges and legal administrators regarding individual cases. The final perspective that I identified was that of local social workers from the National Council for Women, an Egyptian national council affiliated with the President of Egypt. From my interviews with these social workers, I obtained a number of case studies of honor killing, honor-based violence, and domestic violence, and was able to gain an insight as to the attitudes of government workers towards victims of domestic violence and honor-based violence, including their understandings as to why such crimes actually occur. It's difficult to quantify the amount of honor killings that actually occur in Egypt each year, particularly as the nature of the crime is constantly shifting in form and there's a lot of resistance on the part of government authorities to categorize murders as honor killings. Interviews and observational research I conducted has led me to review the ways in which honor-based violence actually occurs, and consequently I've devised two categories of honor killing in Egypt. The terminology indirect honor killing I've actually taken from an interview that I conducted with Aya Munir, the founder and CEO of Superwoman, who used this term in reference to women and girls being forced to take their own lives. According to Munir, we have a very strange type of honor killing here. It is not direct, it's an indirect honor killing where the woman is forced to kill herself. They force women and girls to end their own life. So the story that will be told publicly is that the woman suicided. In cases such as these, the preservation of family honor is twofold. The first being that the relative deemed shameful is removed, and consequently the shame is removed from the family. And the second being the family does not suffer any further public shame arising from accusations of murder. Direct honor killing is perhaps more identifiable than indirect, but it's still not often recognized by government authorities, even though they might be dealing directly with the case. Incidents of direct honor killing are characterized by family members taking direct violent action against another family member, who is usually female. Honor killing, though rooted in notions of collective honor and family pride, is deeply enmeshed in broader societal structures. And by dissecting these layers, I hope to contribute to a more informed dialogue on the ways that we might challenge and ultimately transform the cultural and legal conditions that sustain such practices. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you, Doctor.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much, Anna. A lot of very interesting facts and analysis that you have shared with us. Now I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Maulana from the Indonesian International Islamic University, Indonesia. 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. So I want to share my research about transforming gender relation to Islamic education, a critical examination of the Sarjana Ulama Perempuan Indonesia, or SUPI programs, curriculum, and pedagogy. So here I want to say about the positionality and ethical consideration. Here my position is outside of the institution, so I don't have existing relation with the institution. And being outsider can provide objectivity and independent perspective. And here I want to say that the research adhere to all research ethic codes by following procedure for data collection, answering informed consent, and maintain the confidentiality of respondent data. And the institution has granted permission for the research with a transparent consent process that follow proper procedure at discussion of the matter cover and the approval obtained. So first of all, I want to say about one of the statement from ISIF leader that Islam is not limited to the text alone, but there are change in social reality that can be understood to reason. So Fahmina is determined not to stop at understanding, but to become a liberation movement towards the ideal of Islam. So the background. So here in Indonesia, there are deep-rooted patriarchal system that reinforce gender disparity, privilege men in law, politics, culture, and religion. So discrimination against women is relevant as women's rights is often unprotected, contribute to systemic inequality. So Islamic feminist scholars advocate for gender equality within an Islamic framework by redefining traditional interpretation, and education is critical for shaping gender equality as integrating gender perspective can challenge traditional and stereotype. And furthermore, education provides women with opportunity for employment and social mobility, fostering individual empowerment. So, talking about the Sarjana Ulama Perempuan itself, so the Sarjana Ulama Perempuan is marked as revival of the woman ulama movement in Indonesia, focusing on regenerating women scholar through various education forms. So actually, the first, the Sarjana Ulama Perempuan is collaborating between Fahmina Institute and Pondok Pesantren Kebon Jambu, lead to establish of MAKJ, an Islamic Religious Higher Education institution based on the pesantren tradition. But when the tradition and institution based on pesantren, there has such as limitations, so they create a Fahmina Institute and organize the SUPI program integrating formal education with Fahmina Pesantren. And this program aims to produce women scholars with intellectual capabilities and social sensitivity, empowering them to adhere social issues within Islamic knowledge. And through this program, the graduates are expected to master Islamic discourse to tackle inequality and injustice, especially in gender relation. And the program promotes a community culture that is just democratic, tolerant, oriented toward positive changes. And here the research question. So my research question, the first one is, how does the Sarjana Ulama Perempuan Indonesia program's curriculum contribute to the transformation of gender relation in the context of Islam? And the second, how does the learning approach used in the Sarjana Ulama Perempuan Indonesia program helps program participants understand and change view and behaviors related to gender and relations? So I use case study and I use multiple data collection here, and in terms of data analysis, I use thematic analysis. So talking about the finding, the curriculum. So the program here aims to produce graduates who are critically and competent Islamic studies, emphasizing dialogue and participant teaching method. And the curriculum, the SUPI curriculum here conceptualized in two ways. The first is curriculum as substance, that the curriculum has specific goals aimed to create generation that critically engage in social change for equality and justice, and curriculum as study that view a scientific discipline for students to understand its concept. And the development of the curriculum align with the ISIF vision and mission, utilizing three main strategic pillars. The first one is transformational approach that integrate pesantren intellectualism and classical Islamic studies with a transformative gender perspective, and action approach combine theoretical and practical learning to address social realities and problems, emphasizing the unity of theory and practice, and contribution approach mainstream justice, humanity, democracy, and local culture in specific course. So when we see the curriculum, so this is for the undergrad study because the program is for undergrad study. They have they divide the curriculum itself into 11 different groups. The first is institutional course, and the second one is faculty course, and study program course, matriculation course, skill courses, social commitment courses, perspective courses, methodology courses, basic expertise courses, expertise courses, and professional development courses. Using this comprehensive approach, it combines contemporary education with traditional Islamic knowledge, standard curriculum, and emphasize the importance of context to understanding of classical Islamic legal product. So about the general competence of SUPI program, here the program emphasize that students have perspective, awareness, and sensitivity to gender equality and justice, perspective and awareness and sensitivity to human justice, peace, and tolerance, and perspective and awareness to concern constitutionalism and citizenship. And research competence, they emphasize on social research skill, quantitative research skill, and literary. And in terms of critical thinking competence, the program emphasized that student can understand the text interpretation through hermeneutic and semiotic approach, and student can develop analytical and critical skill for Islamic text and their contextualization. And in terms of Islamic science competence, student has to understand the Quran, Hadith, fiqh, usul fiqh, and other Islamic discipline, and integrating gender justice perspective in the interpretation of Quran, Hadith, and fiqh. And about the pedagogical approach, they emphasize on the dialogue, participatory, and experiential learning, and integrate, of course, the traditional approach from pesantren and contemporary learning from the higher education, Islamic higher education. And they use diverse learning method in the SUPI program. The first is Bandongan, Sorogan, and Musawar. Actually, the Bandongan and Sorogan is very special. It's coming from the traditional Islamic traditional pesantren, and they use bibliographical research and encyclopedia research, field research, manuscript study, and figure study. And this is coming from the Islamic higher education, and integration of formal and religious learning embodies new paradigm where the college is the pesantren and the pesantren is the college. So this emphasizing the interrelationship between the formal education and religious teaching. And through this approach, it can be a culture preservation through traditional attire. So students are encouraged to wear sarung and caps during the learning activities, and because it promotes local wisdom and aligning the EC values. And using active learning approach, it emphasizes that student creative, independent, and engaged learner moving beyond traditional classroom setting. And they also has cross-religious and cross-educational engagement, because sometimes the ISIF has dialogue with diverse group, including visits to church, discussion with traditional belief communities, and interaction with minority community as Ahmadiyya and LGBT. And talking about the impact on gender equality. So the core values of the SUPI program have the value of honesty, scientific accountability, consistency, independence, diversity, togetherness, equality, and inclusiveness. So here's I got the impact here using the interview with the student. So they have equal opportunity in learning, social advocacy through academic work, empower a female scholar, shift in perspective on gender, and increase gender sensitivity within student. More than that, the student has more understanding about patriarchal influence and recognize the discrimination. And also they have critical thinking in religious interpretation and comprehensive educational process. And they also learn about culture, context, and resistance. But talking about the challenge, since the curriculum and pedagogy here's significant influence the attitude and perspective on gender, it should be, of course, the lecture should be diverse perspective in the learning process. And the program targeting this unfed student. So the program focus on students from low income background, and of course it provides scholarship and support structure. But challenge in program here is there's a lacking of feedback, because the program itself is quite new, and the facilities are limited, and there are limitation in human resource constraint, and it should be more collaboration for support. And the conclusion, the SUPI program exemplify an innovation education approach at EC, focusing on promoting gender equality and justice in Islamic education through a transformational education model. SUPI cultivates women scholars who pose a profound understanding of Islamic teaching and a critical perspective on gender relation. And the program emphasizes values such as honesty, scientific accountability, and inclusiveness, fostering a fair and supportive learning environment. And the program also, the curriculum prioritizes the inclusion of gender and equity perspective, empowering women and challenging and trend patriarchal, and so empower students to become social change agents who actively promote gender equality through advocacy and publish. Thank you.
Thank you, Maulana. Right on time. Now we are going to hear from our fourth speaker, who is also going to be the last speaker for the Islam and Gender session. Our speaker will be Ms. Nur Hafiza Rosli from the University of Melbourne. Same like others, you have 10 minutes. Nur.
Thank you, Dr. Dina, and good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hafiza, and my presentation today will be on spousal roles in Islamic interpretive tradition and Muslim lived realities. So allow me to begin my presentation with a quick outline. The first half of my presentation provides some background to my research topic, starting with some of the relevant developments, followed by local one. And by local, I'm referring to my homeland, Singapore. And because I'm still at the infancy stage of my research, the second half of my presentation is something that I am still working on, hoping to improve and refine, and this is where I hope to receive some feedback and suggestions. Now, while my research looks at Singapore in particular, the local developments do not happen in isolation from the broader global trends. So when we talk about spousal roles, there is this traditional notion of husbands being the default and sole breadwinner, and wives being the homemaker and caregiver. So while this provider homemaker framework was once widely accepted in the past, not just in Singapore and not just among Muslims, it may no longer work today for some, if not many couples, including Muslims in Singapore. And when it comes to what the Muslim tradition says about the question of spousal roles, today we witness a spectrum of views among theologians, scholars, and preachers worldwide. And while some of these views are dominant, there may also be views that are considered to be rather controversial. So for example, when we look at the concept of qiwama in Quranic verse, Surah An-Nisa verse 34, this verse is often used as a religious justification for the notion of a Muslim husband's default role of leadership, head of the household, of his responsibility to provide for his family financially, so on and so forth, including his wife. So for those who adopt a textualist approach in interpreting this Quranic text, they see this role as immutable and fixed. And in contrast, those who adopt a contextualist approach argue that this is subject to change and is flexible depending on the changing needs, context, and so on. So other than the polarizing views, we are also seeing some interesting developments in Muslim majority countries, including Saudi, for example, in its Kingdom's Vision 2030 initiatives, which some have highlighted how these initiatives have departed from past fatwas. So while Saudi women in the past, they were expected to remain within the confinement of their homes because the men are the one who go out to work and earn income for the family. These new initiatives have started to promote women's labor participation in the public sphere alongside their male counterparts. And other than these state-funded campaigns, there have also been legal amendments made in other Muslim majority countries. For example, Morocco's 2004 Mudawana, which defines marriage as a partnership, and it breaks with the maintenance for obedience or provider-homemaker equation or framework based on the lived realities of the Moroccan society. On this note, in Singapore, for example, however, according to the Administration of Muslim Law Act, which governs the Muslim marriages in Singapore, husbands are mandated to financially provide for their families, including their wives, which may be seen as further aggravating the provider-homemaker framework and which may not necessarily reflect the lived realities of Muslims in Singapore. And in addition to these legal amendments and state-funded initiatives, we have started to also witness interesting trends going viral online, sparking polarizing debates among netizens. So one example is the Dubai princess who actually divorced her husband over her Instagram account with triple talaq. So while there are netizens who sort of support her courage for living an unhappy or toxic marriage, some question the validity of the divorce in the first place.
Now, moving on to the local development. So in Singapore, not only is there a rise in dual income households where both husband and wives are working outside their homes, there is also an increasing number of wives having equal or higher qualifications than their husbands. And there is an also emerging trend in where we have a growing share of wives who earn more than their husbands. So, however, despite the change in the economy and increasing number of women in the workforce, a question remains: why the unchanging gender roles? So according to Dr. Suryani, a senior lecturer at the Department of Malay Studies in NUS, National University of Singapore, while there are small shifts in practices of sharing household and child caring tasks in Malay dual income households, she stated that for the Malay family, the conformity to an ideal Muslim concept, it strongly underpins the nature of gender roles within the household. So according to her, while there is a growing acceptance of shared responsibilities in the household, traditional gender roles persist. Similarly, Professor Nur Aisha argues that the discourse on gender inequality in Malay society in Singapore is believed to be complicated by the conflation of cultural norms and religious ideals. And she further suggested that discussions on cultural issues in the Malay community, and I quote, often encounter minefields of religious views and teachings that are difficult to negotiate. So these studies seem to suggest that religious precepts or ideals as taught and adopted by Singaporean Muslims are uniform, static, resistant to change, which may not necessarily be the case because, contrary to popular belief, there is hardly any consensus on what truly constitutes as the ultimate religious ideal when it comes to Muslim marriages and spousal roles, considering the wide spectrum of views, interpretations, as well as some of these evolving ideals in line with contemporary realities. So building upon the arguments based on these studies, my project seeks to explore the religious interpretations or ideals subscribed by Muslim couples and how they navigate their daily lives and challenges. I'm particularly interested in finding out whether Muslims in Singapore are leaning towards a textualist or contextualist approach in their interpretation of Quranic verses related to spousal roles. And I hope to examine how norms on spousal roles are contested or reinterpreted. So for example, I would like to explore whether the interlocutors perceive any need to review the existing provider homemaker framework based on Quran 434 and whether they agree with the interchangeability of traditional spousal roles. So, for example, wife as a breadwinner or husband as a stay-at-home parent, and whether they believe that equitable sharing of financial and domestic responsibilities between married couples is religiously acceptable, encouraged, or discouraged, and so on and so forth. Relatedly, I also intend to explore how these views are then implemented or applied in their daily lives, as well as the challenges they may encounter and the different strategies that they may adopt to overcome or deal with these tensions. In addressing these research questions, my project will be using a multi-pronged qualitative research methodology. So other than the ongoing library research, I plan to conduct interviews with Singaporean Muslim couples, specifically those in dual income households. Although this has been done by Dr. Suratman in her publication, and she published her findings in 2018, the interviews were conducted about 2 decades ago. And I believe a lot of significant changes have taken place ever since. And like Suratman, I will conduct in-depth interview with Muslim couples in Singapore, although my project will involve beyond the scope of young Malay couples, which was the focus of her research. And in addition, her interviews revolve more on the division of labor in these households, with minimal exploration on the typology of religious perspectives, beliefs, and ideals subscribed by her research participants. And while past studies on Muslim marriages in Singapore have associated religious traditionalistic teachings with the unchanging gender roles, none of these studies have engaged with the exegetical and juristic scholarly views regarding gender and spousal roles, which my research hopes to do. In addition, I plan to also analyze the broader public discourse on marital issues, spousal
and the rich interactions that are widely available on various social media platforms. As Muslims today, I believe, are exposed to all sorts of individuals, groups, and organizations that tend to tap on their social media accounts and handles to impart or disseminate certain narratives and ideas regarding marriage and family life, in particular spousal roles. And I think that is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Noor. Now we are going to have the Q&A session. So I would like to welcome everyone to ask your questions. You can raise your hands, or you can also write in the chat box. Okay, we have two questions. Two people raised their hands. Probably I'll start with Jeremy.
Thank you for all the wonderful papers. My two questions are to Ibu Fitri and then to Anna. And the first question I have is to Ibu Fitri, which is, you have talked about a netography. And I'm interested in knowing a little bit about more about what that involves, because there's a lot of work being done on digital ethnography, and that's often based around chat boards and notice boards. Very interactive. It's sort of a dynamic form of engagement. But your work seems to be focused on static sort of organizations' websites. And I wanted to know if you'd actually interacted with those organizations themselves. So, for instance, I saw that some of them had consultations, and I wondered if you'd been engaged, you'd actually undertaken a consultation with one of those organizations to see how they describe their activities. Anyway, that's my question to you about the sort of methodology of netography, or how you're doing it. And then the second question is to Anna, and it's a sort of a more general question, which is that you're obviously doing really sensitive research. And I was wondering how you did fieldwork in that environment, because at least with sort of victims of those sort of activities, it would be, I can imagine, exceptionally challenging. And I wondered how you engaged with that sort of work. So that's that.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jeremy. I don't know which one is better. Are we going to, Pak Tim, is it better for us to let the speakers answer?
Yeah, let's just go through the
All right. Okay, so Fitri and
questions one and get the answers one by one. They tend to get forgotten a bit otherwise.
Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, so Fitri and Anna, do you want to answer Jeremy's question?
Yeah. Maybe first, thank you very much for the question, Jeremy. So, yes, I indeed try to collect and gather the data now, because this is still my preliminary research. So my primary data is still gathered from the digital ethnography, where digital ethnography actually can be done by two actions. The first one is active and passive. The best one is actually active, but because I'm still actually, this is my first time to engage, so I still do it passively to observe all the YouTube videos, all the testimonies of the participants, all the comments, and then all the materials they exhibit in their websites, and then the way they, articulate their campaign. So I'm still gathering data from that. So I'm expecting to do further research to engage, even interview each of the mentors, because I already, collecting all the data, their profiles. I know their places of location, but it will be my further research. Thank you so much. Maybe that's all my question. That's all my answer.
Anna, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Yeah, you are absolutely correct. It was quite difficult to go about. I also did ethnography, so but my approach to the interviewees that I selected was to go in through feminist NGOs based in Egypt who are already very public facing, so very active on social media as well. And I was very careful to either anonymize, as I did with the social workers, every single detail about their cases, and as much as I can about their personal information is anonymized. But for the NGOs that I interviewed, who are very open and active with their spaces, I was more able to be give them credit for their work as well, which is obviously a big bonus as well. But yes, I'm not probably not qualified to go in and talk to victims of or victim survivors of honor-based violence. So in lieu of that, I was very careful with how I the people that I approached, not wanting to be insensitive and wanting to approach a sensitive issue with as much sensitivity as I could.
Okay. Thanks, Fitri, and also Anna. Pak Tim, can I go to Maria first before? Yeah. Okay, Maria has written 2 questions. First, a general question for everyone, and everyone can read that question. And then second question is for Nur. So perhaps I would like to invite the 4 speakers to try to answer Maria's first question in 45 seconds. Probably we can go by Fitri, Anna, Muhammad, and also Nur.
Yep.
Fitri, do you want to start?
Wait, I'm still reading the question.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Or can I go first, Dr. Dia?
Okay, yeah, sure, yes.
Yeah, because I saw there's also another question from Maria for me.
Yeah.
So I will answer the first question first. So when we talk about the modern interpretation that are influenced by Western concepts. So in Singapore, for example, or as part of the global developments, when I mentioned there's a spectrum of views, of course, there are those who are exposed to and some tend to be more open to adopt this modern interpretation that are largely influenced by Western concepts. And due to that, there is also another extreme of traditionalists who try to sort of reflect a certain form of pushback. So those who, because my classification is between the textualist and contextualist, although we see these both approaches to be in a continuum. But generally, the textualists, while they want to sort of promote or remain rooted to the traditional literist and traditionalistic interpretation, those who adopt a more contextualist approach, they are, of course, they may seem to be more aligned to these Western concepts, although they may not necessarily share the same values, so on and so forth. That is the first question. As for the second question regarding the ethics application, this is something that I'm still working on, and as rightly pointed out, I foresee a lot of challenges because I think, as we know, when we talk about research in Islam, that is already sensitive, and I'm talking about spousal roles, which involves Muslim women, which makes it even more sensitive. And again, because I'm looking at the lived realities, lived experiences, so these are largely private. So yes, I can foresee a lot of challenges in my ethics application, but of course, I welcome any tips and suggestions on how to sort of reduce or minimize these challenges. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Nur. I would like to invite the 3 other speakers if you would like to answer Maria's question.
May I, Miss?
Yes, please.
Yeah. As sort as I know that the modern interpretation on gender in Islamic is, of course, significantly influenced by Western concept of human right, and is often leading to re-evaluate and reinterpret the traditional laws and right for women. But this tension can yeah this this intersection between Western concept and Islamic principle sometimes lead to the contemporary view and Islamic interpretation and classical interpretation, because some scholars argue that adapting a modern standard may compromise the authenticity of Islamic teaching and principle, but the other Islamic scholar see as a opportunity to reinterpret and reevaluate and reconcile the gender equity with Islamic principle. And yeah, in Indonesia itself, as my case study in this institution, lots of traditional Muslim society see that oh what is that? This institution is too liberal, but of course we should stand, yeah, because there's from the traditional perspective, but in my perspective, no, it's not a liberal institution, but they try to reinterpret and recognize and reevaluate the way that Islam view the gender relation.
Thank you so much, Maulana. And probably Anna and Fitri, do you want to add?
Yes, absolutely. I can go first. Yes, I think if I'm looking at an Egyptian context, there's certainly been a very heavy influence of Western, particularly if I'm looking at feminist theory, Western feminist theory in the history of feminism in Egypt. But something that I've noticed, particularly in the last 10 to 15 years, with the younger generation of Egyptian women coming through, there's a great deal of pushback to Western feminist ideals being pushed onto women in Egypt. So a great deal of social media campaigning and more contemporary feminist movements are a lot more focused on creating an organic form of Egyptian feminism, which is quite distinct and context specific to Egyptian women. But obviously for in the most influential sort of Egyptian feminists, at least secular feminists like Nawal al-Saadawi, are heavily influenced by Western feminism. And indeed, as a Western researcher going into research Egypt, I'm living proof that the West has an influence on the interpretation of gender. But yeah, it is very interesting to look at the young Egyptian women all creating their own organic form of specific Egyptian feminism. And as to the ethics application, Noor, I can sympathize with you. It's very difficult. It did take a lot of work, but it definitely was. It was worth putting the time and effort into trying to definitely going on fieldwork for me at least. But yes, I absolutely sympathize with the ethics application issues.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. And Fitri, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think the idea of human rights and notions of women's oppression basically influenced by Western notion, but I believe that the modern Muslim preacher or intellectuals now consider it as the intellectual interplay dynamic. So it's not a binary position which is opposing it to each other. It is as a dynamic, which is interplay dynamic, which can contextualize something that is not happened before in Islamic period. So I mean the classical period. So it can be complementary for each other, and it won't reduce the authenticity of Islamic notion itself.
Okay, thanks everyone. I've been told that we can probably try one more question. Patim, do you still have question to ask?
Yeah, just a quick one, which was really for Nur Hafiza Rosli, which is the Singapore government is very interested in family values and has many programs promoting ideas about the family and what they should look like and people's roles in them. And is that influential also in the Islamic construction of spousal roles in Singapore, where the government saturates every aspect of life? It seemed to be a player, because I know that the Singapore government is also quite heavily involved in organisations, institutions, activities and programs and so on for the Malay Muslim minority. And it would be surprising if spousal roles wasn't part of that And yet I thought it was something that wasn't in your presentation.
Thank you, Tim, for the question. I think because as you rightly mentioned, Singapore is very strong on strengthening family institutions and so on and so forth. However, when it comes to Muslims, because there is dual, because Muslim marriages fall under AMLA, while non-Muslim marriages fall under the Women's Charter. So when it comes to the legal amendment of the Administration of Muslim Law Act, it is something that is highly sensitive because we are talking about a minority group of Singaporeans, a minority by race and also by religion. So while there have been ongoing discussions about some of the possible amendments, further amendments that can be done in AMLA, because there remains certain form of pushback, or some may view that we may need to wait for the community to be ready before we move further. So, I mean, the legal amendment, the changes in AMLA or the law that governs Muslim marriages are happening slowly but surely. But as I highlighted earlier, when it comes to spousal roles, the only one of the very obvious clause states that the husband, the law still mandates the husband to financially provide for the family, which says a lot. And I'm not sure if I think other than Professor Aisha, I've not read or know, at least not to my knowledge. I'm not aware of anyone else who have sort of raised this as a concern for our Muslim community, because even culturally, it's something that is almost like something that everyone embrace, and it's something that many people perhaps don't see problem with. Many have even may even perceive this as something that sort of protects the welfare of the women, right? So yeah, it's pretty tricky in that sense, if I answer your question.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, thank you so much, Pak Tim, and also Noor. I think we have come to the end of this session. I'm very happy and very, listening to all this research. So what's next, Pak Tim? I guess we are going to the
Thank you.
breakout room. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty soon, Dina, you and your panel of wonderful speakers, thanks to all of you, will just magically disappear off to your breakout room, and you'll have a chance for mentoring discussions, and I'm sure you'll have lots to talk about. But for now, we're going to move straight into our next session, which is on Islam and IT, with the mentor chairing the session, Associate Professor Jeremy Kingsley from the University of Western Sydney. Over to you, Jeremy. Thank you.
Thanks, Pak Tim, and welcome everyone. This is going to be fabulous, I'm sure, because as everyone knows, the role of sort of digital disruption on many issues of our contemporary world are really important. So I'm looking forward to the two papers today. One of the speakers, Dina, is unfortunately unable to attend, so there'll just be two speakers in this panel. So we'll start with Salma Akira from Goethe University in Frankfurt. Please, let's keep to time, gang, so we can all get to lunch.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy, for opening this session. So hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Salma. I'm in my final year of my PhD right now in Frankfurt, and I'm very excited to share my PhD research with you. Hopefully, I could manage to finish the writing next year. And the title is Hybrid Movements, Digital Technology, and the Rise of Far-Right Islamist Mobilization in Indonesia. So first off, let me explain very quick the case study of my research, which actually happened quite a long time ago. So actually, this is not that timely, but still worth to explore. And because the framework that I found and I use in this research also relevant with what recently happened in other regions as well. It's all about, let me see, about the 2016 Islamist mobilization in Indonesia. This case caught my attention because it was one of the largest Islamist mobilization in Indonesia, which surprising many people, of course, and observers, political scientists, because the main organization behind it was previously marginalized and opposed to mainstream Islamic ideologies, yet they managed to mobilize almost 1 million people from all over Indonesia. And this movement is, of course, it was a long time ago, but yeah, it's Aksi Bela Islam, which I will refer to ABI movement right after. And this kind of far-right mobilization isn't just happening in Indonesia. We've seen similar events like the Capitol riot in the US and recent far-right riots in the UK and Europe as well. It's surprising to see such events in democratic and liberal countries, especially in Indonesia, which is often seen as having a more moderate form, liberal, smiling of Islam with the diversity among Indonesian society. And another interesting point is that although this was a far-right mobilization, the movement was very diverse. Protesters included students from boarding schools, from regular public universities, celebrities, professional workers, entrepreneurs, and young people from villages or cities, and even socialite women, people from moderate and nationalist Islamic backgrounds like NU and Muhammadiyah, as well as non-Islamic groups like labor and nationalist movement also joining in. So I think for me personally, it's fascinating to see how a far-right organization could bring together such a diverse group, which I think also exploring this diversity is important to understand how they mobilize people outside their usual circles. And this unique diversity led me to use the concept of hybridity and my research. And actually most previous research didn't really focus on the diversity and hybrid nature of the movement, and scholars often talk about democratic regression and the conservative turn of Indonesian Islam to explain the mobilization. And these studies usually focus on politics and politics-centric, like the relationship between the state and the movement, and others are more focusing on the role of social media, but neglecting the politics itself or the movement or the activist itself. But again, I'm not saying that democratic regression and rising conservatism, state and movement or social media aren't important in this case, but they just don't fully explain the emergence or the rise of this movement and the mobilization, and tend to overlook the internal dynamics of the role of the activists themselves. So they forget that this is a social movement, there was a mobilization, there was an activist or actors behind the mobilization beyond the state or the political actor or so on. So I believe that the rise of the movement is not only about conservatism and democratic regression, but it's also about the broader context where hybridity gives us a more complete explanation, like considering institutional internal dynamics and also digital technology and technological changes. So yeah, I have two main hypotheses for my research. First one is the hybrid nature of the movement in Indonesia, both in their movement and media strategy, plays a crucial role in its emergence. And hybrid thinking helps me to understand the increasingly diverse and complex nature of Islamist mobilization. And also the second one is that the mobilization wasn't just due to growing conservatism among Indonesians, but it was also driven by new technological tools that have drastically changed how people engage with and or influenced by public information. I put this because the movement was started from social media, from the viral video, so I couldn't miss this aspect as well. And the main question are what explained the success of this mobilization, what caused it, and what can we expect in the future, and how did this organization create a collective consciousness among such a diverse group of Indonesian, and how did digital technology help facilitate this mobilization. And this is important again because this movement challenges conventional views of far-right Islamist or Islamist movement itself and shows a shift in how this Islamist organization or movement operate in Indonesia to gather large support. So I have two objectives to test these hypotheses is to look the internal dynamics. First one, focusing on the activists, and the second one, I'm focusing on the external, examining how the public contribute to the success of mobilization and so on, like digital platform and stuff. Especially the digital platforms affordance, how they are changing or how they are contribute to mobilization. And this is the objective. And also let's move to the theory and methodology. I'm using social movement theories mostly, mixing it with some concept of hybridity from organizational studies and political science. And also for the media, I'm using the hybrid media concept, and this helped me to see how activists combine new and older media strategies for mobilization. This is the hybrid media strategies, and this is the hybrid movement theories, and so on. So the methodology, the empirical part of my research is mostly from ethnography, like I'm observing social media platforms and accounts, links to the movement. I also consult on news stories, historical archives, policy reports, and secondary data like social network analysis from open source tools and survey result from research institution in Indonesia. And I'm also conducted interviews with about 15 or maybe 20 informants, like including activists, handling the communication and media and information dissemination, and also the national and local coordinators, and also protester or participant of the movement from diverse background. From analysis, from the first one, I can say that I sum it up into like this. I'm just trying to give a historical perspective. This analysis looks at the early stages of Islamist mobilization on Laskar Jihad in the early internet, like about 20s back then, and it shows how Islamist mobilization strategies, ideologies, and tactics have evolved from Laskar to the IBE movement.
Okay, you're out of time now, so please wrap it up.
Oh yeah, sure. And the second one is I'm focusing on the hybrid media and the movement strategy. And the last one, of course, because from my title, it's I mentioned about digital technology, and I'm focusing on the digital technology affordance and how it contributes to the mobilization. So yeah, maybe that's all from my presentation. It's actually, I'm just gonna mention a little bit about this digital platform, because this is about the session of this about Islam and AI. So this allows how digital media become the participant or the citizen become both producer and spreaders of the mobilization narrative. which sustained the mobilization. So public participation, engagement was crucial. As admitted by activists, their strategies were less effective.
Thank you. Can we wrap it up, please? Thank you, Salma. And I would ask that Gerardi welcome you. Gerardi Udistra from the University of Amsterdam. I'm looking forward to your wonderful paper now.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you for the opportunity to explain my part of dissertation. It's one of chapter of my dissertations about the Banglawi in the Indonesian context, and one of the chapter is being a popular Habib, social capital and kinship networks in the Banglawi Islamic training, within the Banglawi Islamic training. So basically, the last 30 years, we witnessed about how influential now Banglawi and Indonesian Muslims. You can see from some of the illustrations that I gave it to you now. It's one of the most popular Banglawi or preacher, or we call it as a Habib. It's Rizik Sihab, which is also influential not only in the Islamic field, but also going through political and social activism. And yeah, you may see that it's a main key actors was the main key actors in, I think, in the political situation in the last 10 years. And then also the second and the third photos, I took it from my field work. That is now it's getting popular Habib in Indonesian Islamic in Indonesia Muslims, that now it's sell everywhere the photos of the previous Habib or the charismatic Habib in the market. And then also the biggest picture here that I got, it's very interesting that those two events now, Islamic events I took it, I think, in the Boyolali region in Central Java, that capturing or inviting Habib as a religious new religious gurus or authorities in some of the Islamic events. It's signs of the legitimacy that's, I think, Habib or Balawi giving to the Islamic in Indonesia, that I think when I was in the 90s or 80s, when I was kids, that's popularity of Habib that didn't reach this kind of level, which is, I think, in the last 30 years. And that's my dissertations also, that how it becomes so popular now in Indonesia. And yeah, the background, Balawi is a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. Then they recorded very well through the organizations, Robito Alawiyah, and it was proved by the certificates that you are really the true descendants of Prophet Muhammad through the line of Alawi bin Ahmad bin Isa. That's, I think, living in the 11th or 12th centuries. Then in the last 30 years, they become increasingly prominent as a religious leader and spiritual gurus among Indonesian Muslims. And several factors, I think, do play contributing in this rising, with this Islamic revivalism since 1980s, and sorry, also ideological conflict between the traditional Muslim and the Orthodoxy Muslim, with Salafi Wahhabi versus Sufism. And Balawi, it's part of the Sufism movement in Indonesia, that I think pushing the Balawi to become more active in the Da'wah movement. and then also transoceanic connections with the Indonesian, with Hadramaut, that is reopened since the late 1990s, that mark the new influx of students, Malawi students that learn Islam in the Hadramaut as their home, their ancestors' homes, and then also they're reinventing position in Dawah. That is, Alatas argue about how they become what is it, the religious authority. However, in my fieldwork, I found that Malawi have unique kinship model-based training in Dawah that facilitate or that also help them to expand, to grow, and to become so more popular in the Islamic society in Indonesia. And it creates or stimulate the question mark, what internal factors that, I think I stated it's such as kinship model based on Dawah trading that have contributed to the extensive growth of Dawah Habib in Indonesia. So I try to see differently, which is, I think I try to be more going deeper for how the internal mechanism produce and reproduce Dawah movement in Indonesia, and then nurturing a new generations of the preacher within the Balawi within Balawi group. So that's methodology. My methodology, I did 12 months of field work in entire Java and Bali. That's in some several cities, so it is multi-sited um, participants observation, I could say, in some cities in Jakarta, Bogor, Pekalongan, Solo, Jogja, Surabaya, and then also in the Pantura or northern coast of Java, and then Bali itself in Denpasar and then Singaraja, from December and November 21 to 22. And I did a participant observation in some Majlis and then Bahasa Balawi organizations. And then also I did the in-depth interview with some of Balawi figures or some Habibs. And then I applied that social capital as a main concept here. That is aggregate of the actual or potential resource, which are linked to the position of durable network or institutionalized relationship of mutual acquaintance or membership in the group. But I got an inspirations from some of the diaspora business in some countries, and yeah, I got inspiration also from martabak sellers in Jakarta that has a very good network in producing and reproducing a new cadre of sellers or young sellers, and then also how they reallocating the resource and the territory itself. It's something that fascinating to me, and then I see that this is also applied to the Balawi case in how they producing the Dawah movement in Indonesia. Like here in the left below, it's an example. Katila Welbeck noted that Turkish kebab restaurant owners start their career by working as an employee in the restaurant owned by another earlier immigrant. And then they start to learn, they start learning business, not only making a kebab, but learning business. And then they start to open before they open the new restaurant. Right there. And then also right below, Churchill and Hayton developed a life cycle methodology to elucidate the dissociation of family business. Includes participation of families, learning in the families beyond the traditional core families. So why? Because in the Balawi, they have a Alawiya way or Toriko Alawiya, that is ideology, or yeah, we can redefine it as an ideology or what, but it is kind of ideology that putting the clan or the group feeling, the group solidarity above anything else in learning or in also in yeah in study Islamic traditions, right? So I think this is four characteristic. There is educations and apprenticeships, resource allocations, and conflict resolutions. When Ali become one to Habib, Ali have to learn under the guidance of senior
Can we
Alawi.
move to the
Yeah.
very conclusion, please?
Okay, conclusions. So Balawi is a clan group that exhibits strong sense of Asobia with the Tariqa Alawiyah ideology, and the kinship-based Islamic training has helped the Balawi Dawah to expand and develop, reaching a new territory and nature, new generation of preacher by these four characteristics. We can discuss it later, more later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we have questions, everyone. It's two fantastic papers. Any hands up if you have any questions, or you can put it into the chat box. So if no one has any questions, it's fantastic for me because I have two questions, one for each of the speakers. And the first of the questions is to Salma, and this is it's a semantic question, and I think you probably have it answered elsewhere in your writing, but I'm really keen on learning more about why did you use the words far right? Why not just use Islamist? Was there a special reason that you went that extra step? And then my second question to Gerardi is, I'm interested to know a little bit about how Ismail Alatas's work on authority feeds into your work on kinship, because I mean, I would assume they're connected, but I'd like if you could give me some more analysis on that. So firstly with Salma.
Thank you for interesting. Wait a minute, I need to take off my. I don't think without it. Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, it's now fine. Thank you for the question. Very interesting. I keep getting that kind of question on my previous presentation, actually, honestly. But yeah, again, I'm already tried to like looking into just the conservative concept and Islamist concept, but because I put digital technology in that and the way the narrative and the way they use the digital media for mobilization online, it's just right seems to fit in with using the far right concept rather than I'm just using conservative and Islamist concept because of that. And for the second one, it's actually because I'm focusing on the main organization behind the movement, which is FPI, and they are very resemble to the far right concept in the Western world with anti-democracy and hate speech and misinformation and stuff. So while what I want to mention is just the participant, they are diverse in background, not all the mobilization involving the far right, it's just the mobilization behind the organization. It's just the way they mobilize the narratives and the digital technologies, strategies. It's just very fitting into the far right concept and the far right mostly of the communication and mainstreaming the far right ideologies and stuff. It's just for me personally as a researcher of these topics, I feel like I fit more into that far right concept.
Wonderful, thanks. And Gerardi?
Yeah, Alatas Ismail try to argue that the religious authority is one of the requirements of to become a religious authority is reconnecting between the past and the future of prophetic ideas, and then one of the effort is try to through the journey to some notable teachers and learn from them, and then it's try to connect the past and to the future is or to the today or to present or to the future is how to do the what is called as a articulative labor, working to maintain the Jama'ah itself or Majlis. And then I see that in the phase of learning and the apprenticeships, this is what I related to the Alata's argument that they have to learn from the Balawi gurus in order to maintain that the nasab, or sorry, not nasab, sanat or knowledge change is still connected from now until to the prophetic era. So sanat, it's important in the Tariqah Alawiyah because it maintains your knowledge and it maintains your legacy as a not only descendant of Prophet Muhammad by blood, but also descendant of the Prophet Muhammad by ideology. So now there's competing between the religious authority to compete with sanat. It's truly sanat are truly connected to the prophetic, to the Prophet Muhammad. And then one of the Balawi to maintain that legacy is try to learn from the Balawi seniors. So this is unwritten rule inside the Balawi that you have to learn to the Balawi seniors. And that's the thing.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've just got an online question from Dr. Maria Batty, and then I've got a question from Patim, but I'll go to Maria's first, and this is to Salma. In your PhD, is the assumption that Islamic conservatism is inherently problematic? When Islamic conservatives, however, that's defined, use online platforms, could this be seen as freedom of speech rather than a cause for concern? And how do we draw the line?
Okay, I think it's my turn.
Yes, you're up.
Okay. Oh, sure. Thank you, Jeremy. Maria, thank you. I read your comments and it's very interesting. I honestly, I haven't really think about that, about how I haven't really explored how Islamic conservatism is related to the freedom of speech and that kind of concern. But maybe I don't know how to answer that question, but this is really interesting that I should take a look further into my discussion on my PhD as well. Thank you very much. But actually talking about conservatism, I found that far right is always conservative. It's like a more left is like a liberal versus conservative. So using conservatism doesn't seem enough to look at for me. And also because far right is now a global phenomenon, it's like a very popular concept to understand this kind of organization and that kind of politics. So I think, yeah, that's what I can say for now. But thank you really, I'm just gonna, I really take a note from your comments and try to add that discussion into my research. Thank you. Sure.
Patim.
Thanks very much, Jeremy, Salma and Garadi. Really interesting presentations. Before my question, a quick comment that problem with the word conservatism is it depends what they are trying to conserve. A conservative is a person who doesn't want change, and it may not necessarily be that the positions they want to maintain are right wing. You can have left wing conservatives. In other words, people who resist change. It's a difficult term. So anyway, it's always worth thinking carefully before you use the word conservative. My question for both the speakers relates to fatwas. The phenomenon of the online fatwa of unclear authority, but easy of access is a really important one for the disruption of Islamic tradition. And I just wonder if both of you might be willing to comment on the role of fatwa in digital technology and in the sort of networks that you've been talking about. Is that influential or is it not? It may not be, but I'd be just interested to hear your comments about the role of online fatwa.
Shall I start?
Yes, Gerardi.
Okay. Yeah, about fatwa, in my study, I think it's how it's affecting the community, Bahalawi community. I think it affects in terms of how the interesting point is how they maintain their authority within in Islamic society, in among the in the in the in the in the wave of AI or generated fatwa in digital world. So I think, and then now it's clearly seen that some of the religious preachers are trying to maintain, are trying to emphasize on sanat is important thing to learn Islam in these situations. So don't believe with the AI generated fatwas because it's unclear how that machine get their knowledge, because you have to learn from the people that has authority to get a truly knowledge based on the prophetic practice. So yeah, I think they start to emphasize on you have to learn with the authoritative ones, not from the machines. And that's become a focus on the da'wah also in contemporary days. Yeah, I think that's about Tim.
Salma?
Oh yeah, I think I haven't really hear very clearly what Tim said. Actually, I'm so sorry because it's quite noisy around here. But I think I just pick up what you said about conservatism. Like it is a difficult terms, and we need to be careful to use kind of terms and stuff. And yeah, thank you for that input. Like about conservative, it's actually to define conservative is someone who doesn't want to change. That's perhaps what I what I understand. Yeah, sure.
Patim had a question about the role of fatwa, and I was wondering, did you hear that, or would you like Patim to repeat it again for you?
Oh, which one? About the fatwa? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it was just about online fatwa and its role. If you had any comments on the role of digital fatwa.
Okay, I get it. The digital fatwa. It's not really about my research, but yeah, we use also fatwa as a to justify what they did on the mobilization, MUI fatwa and stuff, but it's not likely more like a digitalized or something. But it's just the narrative they use the fatwa to justify their hate toward minorities and stuff. But about the digital technology, I don't think it seems clearly relevant into my research. Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a question, since I don't think there's any hands up or questions on the bulletin board? Now I'm going to ask you both, and we can continue this afterwards, but it's a bit challenging. I'm going to ask you is what in both of your papers really relates to technology. I mean, couldn't you have had a mass mobilization 20 years ago using analog sort of technology? And in the Ba'alawi community, couldn't you have, I mean, what role does technology play if you're meant to learn directly from the sheikh? You could have done that by going to a bus, to a sermon, or to a pengajian, or whatever. I mean, where does technology fit into these discussions, which makes it unique, which makes it different now? Either one of you can answer, or
Yeah, actually, but actually my focus in my paper, it's not related directly to the technology. I mean, it is about the network kinship and social capital. But yeah, your point, it's quite interesting in this era. I mean, not only with this chapter also, but also for the whole dissertations of mine, that I think yeah. That's the point that I kind of not fully emphasize on. I mean, it's because two reasons why. One, it's I'm not that see that it is interesting enough to pick, or in the field work I don't see that it is quite dominant in playing as a da'wah medium. As far as I know now, it's the IT is something's or yeah, media, online media is some things that they want to promote their own majlis or their own sermons, and then they want to or what is it, to reaching out the public, the larger public, and then to reaching out the audience that very far from your cities. And then I think the most character, the important character is um, they still putting the Balawi as a main actor in Da'wah, and then Da'wah become the tools of promoting their figures, their groups, to keep maintaining them as a dominant clan in Islamic society in Indonesia. So I think that's the role of the IT in Balawi Dawah.
and
Jeremy.
Salma?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is also again a very interesting point of discussion. So I took a historical perspective of Laskar Jihad on early internet 20s back then, where there was no social media, just limited internet access, like website, limited visual communication, limited technologies that time. So I can see how digital platforms and social media have a very unique perspective, like a unique contribution to Islamist groups, Islamist mobilization, or religion broader context. And they are indeed playing an important role because the mobilization, the movement made possible because of that, because of its speed, its participatory nature, as also Gerindra said to that it can reach out citizens outside their ideological circles, like made the movement maybe very diverse, even though it was a far right or Islamist movement, which not in line with Islam in Indonesia. Compared to Laskar Jihad mobilization, is not that successful compared to the one the case study of my research about this ABI movement. So I can see that there are a lot of contribution and the uniqueness of how digital technology played a role in mainstreaming Islam ideologies, mainstreaming religion, or practicing religion and stuff. It's just a very broad discussion to that matter. Thank you, Jeremy.
Wonderful. Thank you both. I think we're just ahead of time, but I know that everyone's probably raring to have some lunch, and but I wanted to actually point out a message that has gone into the chat from Patim, which is to please stay online for the rest of the day, even if when you're finished. Please stay active, because the questions you have for each other are often more incisive than the questions that I'm going to have, because you're all thick in the middle of research. So please really stay on, stay engaged. What happens now, Catherine, Patim?
Thanks very much. Thanks, Jeremy, and thanks to our two speakers for some really interesting presentations that have got a lot of thinking happening, I think, and you three will in a moment be magically transported into the breakout room. But for the rest of us, it's lunchtime, and we will be back to start again at 1:55. So could you please rejoin us at 1:50 so that we can start the next session on time? We have three very, very interesting sessions coming up after lunch. We have Islamic thinking, Islam and education, and Islam and politics. So please join us again. And just a reminder, as Jeremy said, if your session's over or the session that you wanted to hear is over, please stay online to support speakers later in the day. It's a matter of fairness that if you've been listened to, you should listen to the others later, and we need your feedback. So see you all at 1:50 for the second half of our conference. Thanks to everybody for their contribution and support so far. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session of our conference, and I will now hand over to Professor Nadir Shah Hossain, who is the chair and mentor for the next session on Islamic thinking. Pak Nadir.
So welcome back, everyone. It's still morning here in Jakarta, but it's already lunchtime in Melbourne. So now we have Islamic thinking session, and we should have. So in this session we have 4 or 5. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. But Catherine said that Muhyiddin is not here. Then we only have 3 speakers. So just to remind speakers in the sessions, we have a strict time for 10 minutes slot. And then please look at your screen on the right corner. Then you know your time slot. So the first speaker of the session is Dr. Haiba Abu Zaid, graduated from Monash University. And she will speak about navigating the sacred and secular, the interpretation of Islamic identity in a Western context. So Haiba, may I invite you to present your research, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. Today's presentation, I will be exploring the ongoing debate surrounding the relationship between the sacred and secular in Islam, particularly in the context of the Western world. I will be examining how this relationship has been misinterpreted, whether it is possible to reconcile the Western notion of secularism with Islamic traditions, and how these ideas have impacted the dialogue of the Muslim Western identity. The distinction between the sacred and secular is often misunderstood when applied to Islam. In the traditional secularization theory, religion is seen as gradually losing influence over time, particularly in Western societies. As sociologist Steve Bruce puts it, secularization is one of the greatest changes in social structure and culture, symbolizing the displacement of religion from the center of human life. This framework, however, does not fit neatly within Islam. Many scholars, including the late Bernard Lewis, who was a big part of my PhD research, was part of the foundation of how the West perceived Islam. He argued that for Islam to adapt to modernity, it must undergo a similar secularization process, namely limiting religious practice to the private sphere, as Christianity did during the Enlightenment. However, this interpretation assumes that Islam, like Christianity, needs to separate religion from the state to modernize. This view fails to consider Islam's unique historical context and the fact that its sacred practices are not in direct conflict with modernity. For instance, while historical challenges between Catholics and Protestants drove secularization in Christianity, there is no similar struggle in Islam. Hence, applying the Western model of secularization to Islam distorts its dynamic and evolving relationship with the sacred. The distortion of the values of reform in Islam is a political agenda, not a sacred one. Additionally, many contemporary figures today have reinforced a more extreme narrative, claiming that Islam is inherently violent and compatible with Western values. This simplistic yet reductive view misrepresents Islam's potential for reform, disregarding the rich intellectual tradition within Islam that engages with modern issues while preserving core spiritual values. It is these core values that remain to be attacked even with the ongoing war today. It is difficult for Western civilizations to believe that the adornment of the hijab, the upholding of prayers, the establishments of rights for women, the laws of inheritance in Islam do not conflict with modern secular lifestyle. A debate that remains harmful to the identity of Muslims, particularly Muslim youth. The misrepresentation and misinterpretation of the sacred and secular divide obscures the complexity of Islamic practice and limits the possibilities for its engagement with modern society. Even today, the rhetoric of the clash of civilizations seems to have returned. Now we will examine whether the Western interpretation of the sacred and secular can be reconciled with Islamic traditions. Though I might know the opinion you might have, Western secularism, which calls for a clear separation between religion and state, emerged from a specific historical context. This led to framing of modern secular societies where religion is privatized, as exemplified by the First Amendment in the US Constitution, which explicitly separates church and the state. However, the application of this Western model to Islam is problematic. The historical struggles that shape secularism in the West do not mirror the dynamics within Islamic world. This makes the imposition of the Western secular framework on Islam in the West inadequate and misinformed. Therefore, what is deemed civilized is only the account of one side and not at all part of the majority. For many, Islam's supposed inability to separate the sacred and secular is a major obstacle to modernization. Many scholars like Lewis, Sam Harris, and many others argued that unless Islam follows a secular path similar to Christianity's, it cannot fully integrate into a modern society, as it is believed and asserted that Muslims' loyalty lie to their faith before anything else. Yet this view does not consider the flexibility inherent in Islamic thought and the history of Islamic civilizations in the past. Islam does not need to integrate to lose its core values to adopt modernity. This assumption is false. In contrast, in this debate, we see scholars like John Esposito who argue that Islam does not need to undergo a secular reformation to be modern. Esposito challenges the ideas that religion must be removed from the public sphere to allow for progress. He highlights that Islam has always had the ability to adapt to changing social and political conditions while still maintaining its core spiritual values. We further see this in works of Fazl Rahman, who asserts the ways in which Islamic reform is essential for a modern world if only Western society made space for it. This perspective emphasizes a vision of modernity where Islamic traditions harmoniously integrate with contemporary secular values in social, political, and economic realities. It suggests that Islamic societies have the potential to forge a unique path of modernity that blends religious principles with modern values and governance. Finally, let's look at how this debate has influenced the dialogue surrounding Muslim Western identity. The insistence on secularization as a universal path to modernity has contributed to a sense of marginalization and alienation amongst Muslims in the West, and dare I say around the world. The portrayal of Islam as inherently backward or incompatible with modernity has reinforced a false binary. The West is secular and modern, while Islam is considered religious and traditional. This view overlooks the possibility of modern Islamic identity that does not adhere to Western secular principles, but instead reflects the rich diversity of Muslim thought and practice. However, currently, there is little space in the Western world that allows for the integration of Islamic practices in society. We often see the opposite, where many Muslim individuals adopt or conform to fit in. This has created a great deal of anger and frustration, particularly among youth who do not have the support or awareness to reconcile being one or the other. We have seen this lead to homegrown terrorism, acts of extreme Islamophobia, and the constant need for Muslims to be in a state of defense or survival, even when they call Western countries their home. Though there are scholars like Esposito who offer a more inclusive framework, arguing that Islam's ability to adapt and engage with modernity, which challenges the dominant narrative, providing a vision where Islamic principles can coexist with modern political system, there still remains a very persistent understanding that argues Islam's incompatibility with Western values has contributed to this dismissive nature, which further entrenches the idea of Islam as the other, and disregards the contributions that Islamic societies have made and can make to the modern world. The impact of these debates is profound, not only in the academic and political circles, but also in the lives of Muslims who find themselves caught between two worlds. On one hand, they are encouraged to integrate into Western societies, yet on the other hand, they are often told their religious practices must be abandoned in favor of a secular identity. This creates a sense of fragmentation and identity crisis. The key to resolving this lies in recognizing the flexibility of Islamic thought and evolving nature of Muslim identity and allowing a space for it. As scholars suggest, like Fazlur Rahman, Sayyid Nursi, Esposito, Umar Safi, and many others, integration of Islam into a modern Western society does not require abandoning religious values, but rather reinterpreting them in ways that align with contemporary realities. The West, however, needs to allow for these spaces to emerge without the constant belittlement towards the practice of Islam. Muslims and the Muslim narratives, as seen today, is in constant defense of itself and not in stages of growth and development. By moving beyond outdated secularization models and engaging with Islamic reform, we can foster a more inclusive dialogue that allows Muslims to maintain their religious identity while contributing to the modern world in meaningful ways for them. In conclusion, the sacred-secular divide, when applied to Islam, often distorts the religion's true nature and potential for engagement and modernity. This ongoing debate has had significant impact on the dialogue surrounding Muslim Western identity. By engaging with Muslim thinkers and Muslims who practice Islam in the real world, we can move beyond simplistic secularization narratives. We can allow for a more inclusive, nuanced understanding of Islam's place in the modern world today, not just in academia, but in our streets, but in our schools, in our homes, people who do spoken word poetry, people in artists and galleries and museums. This will allow Muslim youth in the future, in the West, to forge their spaces as opposed to integrating into those which are not inclusive to them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Aiba. So you still have 30 seconds, but you finished on time. Thank you very much. Okay, so Haiba, just to confirm that you don't have slides during your presentation, right?
No, I didn't have slides.
No, okay, that's good. Okay, so the second speaker, it's Rifa Samratu Saada from Darul Quran. Rifa will present to us the topic of her research, Maqasidi interpretation, Tafsir Maqasidi of hijab verses, navigating between text and context. So you have 10 minutes, Rifa.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nadir, for your presentation. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Here in this morning in Indonesia, I would like to present my paper under the title is Maqasidi interpretation, or maybe called in Arabic Tafsir Maqasidi of two faces fail in the Quran. Okay, navigating between text and also the context. Okay, for the overview in my paper, there are some overviews. First is objective, research questions, methodology, also the theory, discussion, findings, and also significance. Okay, before I'm going to the objective research or objective, I would like to show you in Indonesia, we have two phases of fail that we always debate among this. First one is when someone using a Shari hijab or maybe a long veil of hijab, they mention a Shari. And also in Indonesia, we have also the model of the variant of hijab in among societies. It's called hijaber or maybe jilbab like that. And also in the need of information in Indonesia, also the case of Indonesia, there is some controversial hijab in Indonesia. Held in August 2024, there are some information that come to Indonesia that the paskibrawan or paskibraka in Indonesia could be open the hijab because of they wanna make some Indonesian event like that. So this controversial made me some problem about uh, how do hijab mentioned in Quran, and also how the solution that hijab can be used by women in Indonesia and also in Islam. Okay, for the objective, this research seeks to explore how the meaning of the verses of the comment of the veil in the Quran, and also how its significance to the culture in the community. From the opposite interpretation of approach, the development of hijab or veil is observed as an effort of protection, prevention, or also the rights of the mind, soul, body, family, financial, and also to the legal, political, and also social implication. By observing the validity of Makosidi interpretation, which is equivalent, the position of Tafsir Makosidi contains the spirit of developing the values of the Quranic text and also hadith, which are very limited into almost limitless reality, and also develop a critical thinking towards interpretation product of the previous scholars. Okay, my research also aims to delve into the further dynamic of hijab interpretation of various model of hijab application in Indonesia, which most the sociality in Indonesia gave birth to interpretation of the Quranic verse on hijab or veil. And then also the interpretation of veil can be understood today as an expression of women's independence and also a guardian of the minimum limits. If we call in Arabic, al-had al-adna, it is the part of Islahul Aqabi, and also part of the guardian of body part, Islah al-Fardi. And also Tafsir Makosidi as the part of Makosid Syariah, which means needs to be covered to maintain the honor, or maybe we call Hifud al-Nasl. And also Al-Quran mentioned that hijab or veil, it is obligate because accordance to the context of revelation in Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab and also Surah An-Nur. Okay, for the third question, I have two questions toward this paper, toward this research. First, how does Makosidi Tafsir perceive the phenomenon of veil in the current of Indonesia context? Does the navigation of the text and the context combination in veil verses become relevant in reinventing the meaning of veil? And second, to what significance the wearing of veils in the two verses of hijab, Surah Al-Ahzab and An-Nur, according to Tafsir Makosidi? So, by answering these questions, this research aims to make a substantial contribution to the discourse of Makosidi Tafsir methodology, and also to the conclusion that the use of veils in Indonesia needs to be adjusted and to the needs of the community, which underlines the dimension of the temporality and also the locality. So that interpretation of hijab among interpreters of Quran needs to look ahamul marhaliyah, also maybe called temporal laws, which is seen in philosophically, critically, and also contextually. So for the methodology in this paper, I use qualitative methods. A case of study is focused on Tafsir Makosidi. It's mentioned by Ibnu Ashur. Ibnu Ashur is one of the spirit of interpreter in Makosidi, and also how his argument within Makosid al-Ayah. Okay, for literature review, I mentioned also about Tafsir Makosidi, Makosid Syariah, and also the classical studies of Tafsir Makosidi Ibnu Ashur. Okay, for the theoretical framework, I conduct Tafsir Makosidi, which is Tafsir Makosidi is a theory that is understood as a tafsir that product based on Makosid Quran, Makosid Syariah. So that Makosidi discourse is integrated with the dimension of the study of ulumul Quran, fikih, usul fikih, Arabic grammar, and also multidisciplinary sciences. So Maqasid Al-Quran is the part of Maqasid Syariah also. In addition, also I took Abdullah Sa'id that claims that Tafsir Maqasid also used as the method offered by progressive contextual interpretation, which is able to extract the ratio languages of the Quran dynamically and periodically. Okay, for the discussion of my in this paper, maybe I will utilize this discussion. First is I will mention about how fail in Islam that mentioned in Surah Al-Azab and An-Nur using the word of jilbab or jalabi, and also I use the case of Indonesia, how Indonesia interpret the fail of women that use such as a prevent or maybe development. And also by using Tafsir Maqasidian approach, this paper also will mention how the fail can be varial model application of hijab, more Indonesian plurality in Indonesia. So for the findings, significant conclusion, yeah, for the findings, this paper indicates that interpretation products emerge that Maqasidi is inclined to the conclusion that the use of hijab in Indonesia is need to be adjusted. That also leads to the community which underlining the dimension of temporality and locality. So that the interpreter needs to observe humble marhalia, which seen from philosophically, critically, and also contextually. And also hijab, it is understood as expression, not only the verse of Quran, but expression of women's independence and also a guardian of the minimum limits, al-haddul adna, or maybe islahul fardi, and also how development of hijab modeled in the current era, okay, such as triggers for the exploration, and then also the power of reason, islahul akal, bringing up to the shape, style, material of the hijab. Also, hijab can take from personally and also communally. Islahul mujtama. And last is that Tafsir Maqasidi emphasized that the spirit to create hijab as an important contribution to the living Quran, which has implication for advancing the Islamic movement politically and also socio-culturally, Islahul siyasah, while maybe reviving the values of Shara in religion, which mentioned is Islahul Tashri'i. Okay, for the significance things in this paper, this research aims to fill the existing gap between this one, and also for the conclusion, this paper is the place of hijab in the Quran is calls for inspirable from various mufassir and also interpreting, supporting, and also single meaning of Quran. Thank you.
Thank you, Rifa. Thank you very much. Let me ask whether we have Muhyiddin here. Muhyiddin, are you here? Okay, if not, then we move to our final speaker in this session, Abdullah Jarir. Abdullah Jarir is from the State Islamic University Sultan Maulana Hasanuddin Banten, Indonesia. And then he's going to talk about authority, legal reasoning, and the practice of Islamic family law in Indonesia, fatwa as extended legal source of Indonesian religious code. So 10 minutes for you, Pak Abdullah Jarir.
Thank you, Professor Nadir Hussein. Good morning, all participants, speakers, and all mentors. And the fixed title maybe legal reasoning on paternity, discursive debate on children out of wedlock in Indonesia. Maybe this is the right title, not such data that Professor Nalisa Hussein mentioned earlier. Okay. And this is the title. I repeat again. Legal reasoning on paternity. Discursive debate on children out of wedlock in Indonesia. The issue of children out of wedlock in Indonesia became become controversy and caused debate until now, because there are many critical discourse among Indonesian Muslim community, particularly judges and Islamic jurists or Indonesian ulama, particularly the kind of children out of wedlock, legal status on children out of wedlock in Indonesia has been discussed by many scholars in Indonesia. However, they are deeply expressed the main argument ulama, Islamic jurists, and Indonesian Council of Ulama and judges. Actually, they are two perspective on the legal status children out of wedlock. On the one hand, there is Islamic jurists or Indonesian Council of Ulama. They argue that children out of wedlock just relates with their mother and their mother's family. They are not related to their father and their father's family. And on the other hand, there is a notion argued by judges of Indonesian Constitution Code that children out of wedlock not only relate to their mothers and mother's family, but also relate to fathers and their biological fathers. So that's why this issue continues, always be debate, continues until now. So as I mentioned earlier, that the real argument of Islamic jurists, particularly the Council of Indonesian Ulama, actually they argue that children out of wedlock just relate to their mothers and not relate to their fathers and their father family, because they embrace what we call as hadith. There is hadith al-walad lil firos walil akil hajar. It means that the children belong to their father who married the woman. So if a children born out of wedlock, it just relate to their mothers and their mother's family, not relates to the father's biological father and father's family, because it is harmful. It is a sin. It is what we call in fiqh jinayah as a zina. It is prohibited in Islam. On the other hand, the judges of Indonesian Constitution Code, what we call MK, Mahkamah Konstitusi, in 2010, has regarded decision that cancel the marriage law number 1, 1974, paragraph 43 and article 1. Basically, the judges of Indonesian Constitution Court argue that the children out of wedlock not only relate to their mother and mother's family, but also they relate to their fathers and their father's family. So this issue become controversy and continues until now. Such debate and controversy cause confuse among the judges of Indonesian Religious Code. We know that the judges of Indonesian Religious Code always embrace the official regulation such as Marriage Law number 1, 1974, HI, the compilation of Islamic law, and so on and so forth. But in fact, when I was doing research in many areas of Indonesian religious code, like Kediri Religious Code and West Jakarta Religious Code, I have found out that the judges over there in Kediri and West Jakarta Religious Code, they prefer to use the fact of MUI and the notion of Islamic juries when they were rendering the decision relating to the legal status children out of wedlock. They didn't want to refer to the Indonesian Constitution Code. In fact, that the decision of Indonesian Constitution Code is final and binding. Final, and all judges have to refer to such Indonesian Constitution Code. But in fact, as I mentioned earlier, that judges prefer to use fatwa that children out of wedlock is only related to their mother and their mother's family, not relate to the fathers and their father's family. As consequences, when judges rendering decision relating to Islamic inheritance law, for example, the children out of wedlock, they didn't receive the portion of inheritance because they are not related.
You have 1 minute left, Pak Abdullah Jalil.
Oh yeah, thank you, Prof. Nadir. Yeah. So, in fact, the judges of Indonesian Religious Code prefer to use fatwa and Islamic jurist opinion about the legal status of about children out of wedlock than Indonesian Constitution Code decision. So it is make confuse among judges, particularly when they are facing the cases relating to the legal status children out of wedlock. As a consequence, as I mentioned earlier, not only relating to the Islamic inheritance law, but also relating to the guardianship or hak wali when the children are women, when children are women. So it is this controversy and this debate.
Sorry, Pak Jalil, I'm sorry, the time is over. If you can provide your conclusion in 1-2 sentences, that will be grateful for us.
Okay, thank you, Professor Nadir. As a conclusion, to conclude that why Indonesian ulama or Islamic jurists have that notion, because they only deserve or they only embrace the hadith just as something is rigid, just static, and it is yeah, it is something we don't need to interpretation. Yeah, we don't know. The fatwa is exactly true. The fatwa is true because it's derived from the Quran and Hadith. But on the other hand, the Islamic judges of Indonesian Law Code, they embrace what we call as human right notion. They put
Okay, Pak Jaril, I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. I think we already reached a conclusion from the screen. Thank you very much. So I'll give you one last call. Is Muhyiddin here? No, I think so. Okay. So now we already watched the 3 presentations. They cover the 3 hot topics. And now I open for Q&A. Anyone? Pak Tim, yes.
Thank you very much, Pak Nadir. I had a question for Heba. I think, Heba, I really enjoyed your presentation. I thought it was very clear. You articulated a problem about Islamic identity in a Western context that relates to tensions between different understandings of what is sacred and what is secular. And you proposed the possibility of an identity for Muslims that bridges both. I think was really, I suppose, the definition, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My question for you is, having articulated that problem, I wonder if you've given any thought to what the solutions might be. What are the roads towards resolving this challenge? I'd be really interested to hear your ideas.
Thank you, Dr. Tim. I appreciate it. From what perspective? From kind of like a Western Australian perspective, or just kind of general? Because I think they're very...
I'm interested in what the tensions you identify in Islamic identity for Muslims living in a secular society. I just wonder if you see a way forward to resolving that, what the steps might be, whether it's steps taken by a majority non-Muslim community or whether it's the steps taken by the Muslim community or whether it's both.
Look, it's a very big question, and I think I do.
Yes, it is. I'm really sorry. I'm just very interested to hear.
Look,
You've articulated the issue so well. I was just quite interested, without putting you on the spot, which I've done, without trying to ask you to articulate a whole new theory, what your thoughts might be about that.
Look, I think it's a very big issue, and I think it's a very big problem. I do believe that both, I don't want to say both sides, but they're essentially 2 competing or 2 opposing voices, especially in a Western context, the Muslim majority and then the non-Muslim majority, both have a responsibility, especially for the youth, to allow and to create places of support. We do not see in Muslim communities where there is an allowance or an observance of ijtihad, which is, Islamic thinking and proposing new ways of moving forward in Islamic practice, that has resulted in a lot of Muslim youth becoming confused and not sure how they need to act and practice their faith. And this therefore has resulted in either them leaving the community completely or becoming homegrown terrorists or radicalized in a way that they feel they need to repent for their sins. And being a Australian myself, being born here and having that kind of upbringing myself, where I conflicted with my peers, with people at university, trying to engage in popular culture to be liked, because I was wearing a headscarf, made me realize that it's as much as the mosque's responsibility and the Muslims community's responsibility to change that rhetoric and narrative, but there's also very little space to do this without mistakes. And because the Australian government, for instance, Western society doesn't allow for religious practices to make mistakes, it often gets put under a lens, and then that lens disrupts that kind of process. And the reason why we have such a backward way of Muslim thinking around the world is, the colonial narrative, and we cannot ignore that in the discussions in proposing solutions, but it's often very difficult to have these discussions, recognizing that a lot of work needs to be done on the Muslim front without the continuous disruptions, the belittlement in how we move forward in our own Western societies as well.
Sorry, thank you. That was really well said. Thanks, Heba.
Thank you, Pak Tim. Thank you, Heba. Any question for other speakers?
From me, Lutfi.
Yes, Pak Lutfi.
So I would like us to who talk about the tafsir Maqashidi. So actually specific to the role of tafsir Maqashidi in shaping public discourse and policy on hijab. So my question is, how might tafsir Maqashidi offer solutions for debates around gender rights or workplace regulations or public education involving hijab in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lutfi, for your questions. Okay, you know that the origin of tafsir Maqashidi is, you know, relevant methodology that use for needs to the society. So, according to your questions, how to solve what gender issues, education with tafsir Maqashidi, maybe it can be seen from the problems first, the problem, pose the problem, and also bring to the person of ayah Quran, and also bring to qiraah Maqashidiyah. It's mean how the origin of the problem. For instance, in Maqasid Sharia, we know that Shatibi mentioned fifth or sixth hifd. Hifdun nasal, hifdud din, keeping religion, keeping keeping money or keeping another's like that. So when you took the ayah or the verses of education, for instance, or the verses of women, for instance, so you also took some what argument or adjustment from the ulamas or the Quranic scholars and also fiqh. So then Maqasid al-Quran not only took from Quranic interpretation, but also took from socio-anthropology. I mentioned Amin Abdullah, yeah, one of the Maqasid efforts in this knowledge. He mentioned that if we want to use what the interpretation, there are two functions. First is textual, normative, and doctrine. And secondly, maybe we see that contextual, philosophies, and also critics. So it based on your needs. You wanna bring it to the textual normative, or maybe you wanna bring it to contextual philosophies like that. So if you wanna took some philosophies from the gender, so you took qiraah tarikhiyah maqasidiyah. So you don't only search about the Quranic verses, but also you also mention about how the philosophies, how the philosophies scholars mention about this one, about this problem, and then there are some shifting, yeah, from normative idea, from textual to the contextual. Maybe
And that we
that's
have to
one.
consider the knowledge or
Yeah,
the collaboration with the knowledge and the science.
Yeah,
The context involved.
interdisciplinary, yeah, like that. So Maqasidul Quran, it can only reject it, or can only belongs without Maqasid Syariah. So that Maqasid Al Quran, it's yeah, has a cognitive science and also multidiscipline like that. Yeah, for instance, my paper it's about hijab. Maybe if you are bringing to pesantren only mention about the ayah of Al-Ahzab and An-Nur, it's enough. But if you want to bring to academic era, or maybe to living of Quran, there are some variety of model styles in the Quran, in the society about the using of veils. There are some hijabers, there are some Saris style like that. So how to took Makoshi this one in this case? Yeah, we have to see comprehensively, and also we see that the hijab is not only about the text of the verses of Quran, but also expression of the piety expression of what some presenting and also development of Islam in using hijab like that.
So meaning we
Nah.
can take off our
Sorry,
hijab.
sorry, Pak Lutfi, sorry, I have to stop you there. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no worries. No worries.
Yes,
Thank you.
so I try to give other to ask the questions. So any other questions? Maybe you can allocate to Pak Abdullah Jarir. If not, I'm going to ask Pak Abdullah Jarir. So I think from your conclusion, from my reading on the screen, you said that the fatwa of MUI on this issue is considered literal views, whereas the decision of Constitutional Court is a more progressive. But if I can push you a little bit, do you think that there is a competing of Islamic authority here? That's one of the reasons why the MBUI rejected the Mahkamah Konstitusi Constitutional Court decisions, because they think that this is their authority regarding Islamic law, and then they questions whether the judges in the Constitutional Court have enough Islamic knowledge of Islamic authority to deal with the interpretation of Islamic law. What do you think about that, Pak Jarir?
Thank you for question, Nadisa. Of course, I agree with you that there is competition, authority competition between judges of Indonesian Constitution Court and Islamic jurists, Indonesian Council of Ulama on the other hand. Because the judges of Indonesian Constitution Court in the hierarchy of our Indonesian legal system, there is of course they have authority. They have authority because the state, the nation, the state, the Indonesian Mahkamah Agung has give them the authority to rendering the decision, especially in the context of the legal status of children out of wedlock. And on the other hand, Islamic jurists, Indonesian Council of Ulama also, they want to give the power, the power that they are exist. They have authority. They have social authority to rendering fatwa. The fatwa. So I think it is interesting, because in the fact, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, that among Indonesian Muslim community, there is controversy. There is divided into two groups. On one hand, they follow the judges because the judges is official constitution, official institution, and on the other hand, there are community, particularly conservative or conservative or traditional Muslim. They always embrace the fatwa of MUI, the Islamic jurists, in their in applying their life. So that's the answer. And to repeat that, I agree that there is a competition, authority competition between such two groups, to in the midst of society. I think that's all, Professor Nadir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. We still have around 10 minutes, I think, as a maximum, because Muhyiddin is not here. Any other question for the speakers? Pak Tim, yes, please.
Thank you. I'm just having problems with my technology as usual. Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment on Pak Abdul Jaria's comments about the out of wedlock
I can't hear you,
issue.
Pak Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I don't know, it's my internet or your internet here.
Oh, all right.
I can hear you, Tim.
I can hear you too.
Okay, I'll start again. I had a comment for Pak Abdullah Jaria on the issue about the status of children born out of wedlock. I agree there is actual political competition, but as a matter of law, there isn't really any competition because, of course, the judges in making that decision were interpreting legislation, which is their job. And they are under no obligation to take into account any particular religious view in doing so. It's a constitutional interpretation of a legal provision. Now, they may choose to look at religion to draw on those sources, but fundamentally it's a legal exercise and their decision is final and binding. Now, the problem is that what does final and binding mean? Because you have courts at a lower level that choose not to follow that decision because they are influenced by non-legal influences, such as a fatwa produced by the Ulama Council, which does not have formal legal status in Indonesia. So there is competition. It's political competition. It's not really legal competition because there's no legal basis on which a judge in a court can ignore the constitutional court and accept a fatwa that doesn't have legal status. So I think the really interesting thing here, apart from the questions you've raised, which are really interesting, the other interesting question is the inability to enforce decisions on the part of the Constitutional Court. That's really the problem, because you just got judges choosing to follow a religious view that doesn't actually bind them rather than a Constitutional Court decision that does. So in a way, the enforcement of Constitutional Court decisions is a really big issue here. It's just a comment rather than a question, but feel free to respond.
I respond, Tim. Yes, the competition is between the decision of Indonesian Constitution Court and the fatwa of MUI. And the executor is the judges of Indonesian Religious Code. Actually, fatwa is not binding, as Professor Tim said earlier, that fatwa is just legal opinion and it is not binding. It means that the Muslim can apply or didn't. And the decision of Indonesian Constitution Court is final and binding. It is the position. But as executor, the judges of the religious court prefer to apply the fatwa, even though it is not binding and it is not binding in our Indonesian legal system. But the judges of Indonesian religious court as executor prefer to use fatwa than decision of Indonesian Constitutional Court, because yes, of course, maybe they embrace what we call as conservatism and textual field of view in approaching the hadith that al-walad lil firas walil akhir hajar. The fatwa is absolutely true. It must be true fatwa, because fatwa is derived from the Quran hadith. Quran hadith is sacred text from the Allah and from the Prophet. And so this debate, this position continues until now. There is a confusion among judges of Indonesian religious court and executor as a user of the decision or fatwa. However, but in fact, as I said before, that like in Kediri, in West Jakarta Religious Court, and many others of Indonesian Religious Court prefer to use fatwa than the Constitutional Court. In the fact.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Jarir. We have one question on the chat here from Haiba. I wanted to ask Abdul Jarir, are you suggesting that Islamic Sharia in this topic needs to be reformed to ensure the well-being of children out of wedlock? You have around 2-3 minutes to answer that, Pak Jarir.
In my view, let's like this condition follow as like what follow. I mean Indonesia has special condition that different with any other countries, Muslim countries. Indonesia is a special country compared to any other Muslim country in the world. I mean that if Indonesian Muslim community prefer to use fatwa as center of consideration in rendering, in applying their muamalat, their ibadat, is okay. But it is fine also if any Muslim also prefer to use the decision of constitutional court. And in the context of the judges of the Indonesian court as executor of the decision court is also please give them authority, give them freedom to choose which one do they want to. If you want to use fatwa, it's okay. Yeah, because Indonesia is embrace legal pluralism. Yeah, legal pluralism. But if some judges want to use Indonesian Constitution Code, it is also fine. Yeah, it is okay. It is freedom to choose which one do you want to. Yeah, do they in the legal basis, in the legal basis in rendering this reformation. I think reformation is something we need to do this. But to what extent the reformation is? It is okay if you do reformation. Yeah, I agree. If reformation to some cases, to some area of study, but I didn't agree if the reformation is mutlak for all things. We must reform it. I do not agree, but I agree for some area. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Abdul Jarir. And I think that's the end of our session now. And then all the 3 speakers and I will go to the breakout room. So, and then the next session will be chaired by Maria Bati.
Thank you so much, Nadia, for chairing that session, and good luck with your adventures in cyberspace with the panelists. And we now welcome Dr. Maria Bati of the University of Western Sydney as our chair and mentor for the next session on Islam and education. And a special welcome to Maria, who's a mentor here for the first time. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you so much, Professor Lindsay. A pleasure to be mentoring and chairing, a real honor today. And I have been attending the session since the morning, and I've really enjoyed everyone's presentations. Thank you so much for excellent presentations, excellent contributions, and a very well organized conference. So, salam everyone, and welcome to session 5, Islam and Education. Today we have our first speaker, Mrs. Vivek Angranti. Then we have Mr. Khomeini Rusadi. And then finally, we have Mr. Mehrullah Hosseini. So without further ado, I welcome Mrs. Vivek Angranti. And you have 10 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, noble guests. Before we begin today's inspiring journey, let me express my respect and gratitude to every individual present in this room. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Wiwi Anggranti from Haji Muhammad Idris Samarinda State Islamic University is Kalimantan. It's an honor for me to present my paper on the dynamic of interfaith dialogue at East Kalimantan Vocational High School and its impact on religious moderation in the era of Society 5.0. This paper actually presents the overview interfaith dialogue, the impact on religious moderation, and the role of digital technology. Through this presentation, I am to demonstrate the importance of interfaith dialogue in promotion tolerance, inclusivity, and harmony in our increasingly digital and interconnected world. Therefore, in this presentation, I will cover several key points of my paper, including the introduction, research method, literature review, result and discussions, and conclusions. I will start now. Indonesia is a multicultural country with diverse tribes, religion, races, and cultures. However, diversity can disrupt diversity if not addressed wisely. This study highlights the lack of understanding and respect for the difference, which is strictly urgent in Society 5.0. The focus is on the dynamic of interfaith dialogue in East Kalimantan Vocational School to improve religious moderations, gives the lack of research examining this context in vocational education. The study used the qualitative approach with a phenomenological design. The study aims to understand the dynamic of interfaith dialogue and the implementation of religious moderation in the eras of Society 5.0. The research subjects were vocational school students in East Kalimantan. My audience, literature review, one, a dynamic of interfaith dialogue. First, dynamic in interfaith dialogue is defined as Slamet Santoso, Chandra Wijaya, and Munir. And I conclude the dynamic in interfaith dialogue refers to interaction and change within group of different religions. Second, interfaith dialogue is described as Kiai Haji Hasim Mujadi, Mukti Ali, and Ismail Al-Faruqi, and explains dialogue etymologically meant conversation of discussion between people with different opinions. Terminologically, dialogue is two-way communication that help understanding another subject through. Principle and objective of interfaith dialogue. In the Quran, Surah Al-Imran, ayat 64, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala commands other religions, communities to unite in a meeting point. The principle of dialogue include finding common ground, tawhid, and the right of defend faith. Dialogue aim to build understanding and mutual understanding, bridge ignorance and misunderstanding, encourage harmony, tolerance, and shared prosperity. Lovely guys. Two, religious moderation. Religious moderation is a religious attitude that takes a middle position and is fair, balanced, not extreme, and not excessive, as based on Quran Surah Al-Baqarah, ayah 143. And to understanding of religious moderation varies the finding of the context and the individuals. Claims from Yusuf Qardawi, Mukhlis Hanafi, and Imam Samsi Ali, which in essence they say religious moderation in Islamic religions education aims to form the character of students who are tolerant, inclusive, and respectfully of diversity by instilling the value of justice, adl, balance, wasatiyah, and tolerance, tasamuh, to prevent radicalism and extremism. 3. Era Society 5.0 is a concept developed by the Japanese government in response to the development of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which focuses on integrating advanced technology with human life. Era Society 4.0 emphasizes the importance of technology in supporting education and religious moderation, as according by Pati, Farid, and Idris, like on the slide. And results and discussions. A overview of interfaith dialogue at East Kalimantan Vocational School. Firstly, implementation of interfaith dialogue at East Kalimantan Vocational School is from various religious backgrounds through interfaith discussions, diversity seminars, and training in the basic teaching of each religion. This activity aims to create mutual understanding, increase tolerance between religious communities, and stress the value of unity and harmony. Secondly, the role of the teachers and students in facilities interfaith interactions. Teachers facilities interfaith dialogue, creating an inclusive atmosphere, designing effective dialogue programs, and mediating potential conflicts. And students play a role in interfaith activities, development attitudes of mutual respect and appreciation for difference. And student participation in dialogue broaden their horizon about other religions and strengthen the understanding that diversity is an asset that must be maintained together. B. The impact of interfaith dialogue of religion moderation. 1. The influence of interfaith dialogue of religious moderation among vocational school students by instilling values of tolerance and respect for difference. 2. Interfaith interaction can reduce prejudice and stereotype by clarifying misunderstanding related to religious teaching. And 3. The influence of digital technology on interfaith dialogue in vocational school make explain dialogue speech, enhance interfaith understanding, and strengthen communication networks among students. Social media, digital platform like YouTube and podcasts, and technology-based application facilitate communication and interfaith discussion. However, the risks of misinformation and the excessive dependence on technology must be addressed. Digital literacy is crucial to maximize technology benefit and should be balanced with a face-to-face dialogue exports. My loving audience, the conclusion is interfaith dialogue at East Kalimantan Vocational School is important in encouraging religious moderation in the Society 5.0 era through interfaith interaction. Students develop inclusive attitudes, reduce prejudice, and respect differences. Teacher acts as the main facilitator in creating an inclusive atmosphere, while digital technology such as social media, digital platform, and online discussion support the expansion of space for interfaith dialogues, which is balanced with digital literacy and developing policies for the use of digital media to optimize the benefit of this technology.
Thank
And
you
that's
so
all my
much.
presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank
Good
you
afternoon.
very much.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikum salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. Really enjoyed that. And so on to our, and exactly on time. So remember that you can see the time up there on your right. And so that was excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so the next presenter, Mr. Khomeini Rasadi, on to you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. very much, Maria Bati. And dear all participants and speaker at the event, Center for Indonesia Law, Islam and Society, or CILIS 2024, presentation November 12, with me, Humayni Rosadi. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present my project on creation Tajweed learning through Nazam Bahar Rojas. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Humayni Rosadi, and I am projector, doctoral student of Islamic Religious Education program at Sultan Haji Muhammad Idris State Islamic University, or UINSI Samarinda, as Kalimantan, Indonesia. My supervisor is Professor Alfitri. Today, I am going to present my project on developing on Nazam Bahar Rojas based Tajweed science learning method for students in Indonesia. The creation of teaching based on Nazam Bahar Rojas to aid in the comprehension of Tajweed in Indonesia. As we know, Tajweed is crucial of Quranic recitation aspect. However, many learners face difficulties in mastering Tajweed. This project aims to address this issue by proposing novel teaching method. Indonesia, a state of the Republic with various methods, many scholars have been produced who are expert in the field of Ulumul Quran. However, after the increasingly massive advance in technology, they still maintain the method of learning, the science of reciting the Quran, combined with the science of Arut, combining learning to understand the science of easy Tajweed with Putri method. The regulation of studying Tajweed for Quranic recitation is the law is mandate, obligatory action is an action that if performed will be rewarded if not. And then definition, Tajweed is process of correcting the reading of the Quran based on where the letter appears, their characteristic, their length, and their laws. This project discusses this question by paying special attention to the science of Arut with Bahar Rojas, arranged in the form of poem containing advice and content to the science of Tajweed. This project argues that in this era of sophisticated technology coupled with the unstoppable amount of entertainment on social media, it is necessary to provide methods that enable the younger generation to understand the science of recitation in a different way. Ulama in the past who taught the science of recitation with Nazam. So, this project will explain the method of learning, the science of Tajweed using the Nazam-based Putri method, with contemporary Putri that contains advice and entertainment. To achieve this goal, this project shows that learning method with sociological approach, namely learning with Rojas Stone compilation, will make learning the science of recitation more enjoyable and happier. The reason for not comprehending Tajweed science: the first, lazy learner, and the second, lack confidence, and the third, afraid of mistake in the reciting of Holy Quran. Why lazy learner? Children and teenagers, even parents, are now lazy to learn Tajweed because the method is boring and the learning style is always the same. Lack confidence, they want something different from the usual. Plus, they are not confident when asked to practice their reading or their reciting. Afraid of making mistakes, they are afraid of making mistakes and are embarrassed by their voice, which doesn't support it. The result of our project are encouraging the data indicates significant improvement in Quran recitation among learners who are taught using the Nazam Bahar Rajas method. This finding suggests that our proposed method is an effective approach to teaching Tajweed. It turned out that using Putri or song rhythm as a teaching tool makes Tajweed easier to understand, using Nazam Syair Bahar Rajas as a learning model. Before we delve deeper into the project, let us first understand Nazam Bahar Rajas. It is a form of Arabic Putri with a specific meter and rhyme scheme. Nazam Bahar Rajas has been widely used to teach various Islamic science, including Tajweed. Its rhythmic structure and rhyming pattern make it highly memorable. Based on our understanding of Nazam Bahar Rajas, we have developed novel teaching method. This method involves several stages from introducing the Nazam, the practicing recitation, and assessment. We have also incorporated various multimedia elements to enhance learner engagement. One specific wazan that is utilized as a pattern when writing Arabic pattern Putri is called Bahar. Bahar Rajas rhythm is 6 times mustafilun. I'm sorry, I will practice. Mustafilun, mustafilun, mustafilun. Mustafilun, mustafilun, mustafilun. Mustafilun, mustafilun, mustafilun. Mustafilun, mustafilun, mustafilun. Banyak orang bisa membaca Al-Quran, tapi tidak tahu hukumnya bacaan. Ditanya hukum nun mati atau tanwin, jawabnya nggak tahu malu-maluin. Apalagi kalau ditanya tentang mat, wajah langsung merah bagai warna tomat. Like this. And the law of nun sukun or tanwin, it is like this, the Putri. Belajar hukum nun mati atau tanwin, 4 atau 5 menurut yang lain. Izhar, idgham, bi gunnah dan bila gunnah. Iklab, ikhfa, asyik, belajar memanah. Izhar bunyinya jelas satu ketukan. Jangan dengung dibacanya kepanjangan. Hamzah dan hak bermain bersama khoha. Ke rumahnya Ain Goin bersaudara. It is, for example, the law of reading between the two basmalah. Biasakan mengucap, selalu mengucap basmalah pada tiap kebaikan dan melangkah, agar hidup ini bertambah barokah, walaupun tidak pernah punya gundah. 4 cara dalam membaca basmalah, yang 3-nya benar, yang 1-nya salah. Putus sambung gak masalah, asal jangan putus di lafaz bismillah. It is in conclusion, our project highlight the potential of using Nazam Bahar Rajas in the teaching Tajweed. This method fun and effective way for learners to master the rules of Quranic recitation. We hope that our finding will contribute to the improvement of Quranic education. For future project, we recommend involving the long-term effect of this method and exploring its applicability to different age groups.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
That was wonderful. Sorry, the time, we're just in time, but it was excellent. And I wish I wish I had studied Tajweed in that way, and then maybe I would have remembered some things. But yeah,
Okay.
thank you so much for that.
Okay, you are
Enjoyed
welcome.
it,
You're welcome.
especially the recitation was beautiful. And now
Okay.
finally, we have Mr. Mahrullah Hosseini from Afghanistan. Thank you so much. On to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just doing it. Yeah, the title of my presentation is Approaches to Religious Education in Afghanistan and the IS Secondary Curriculum, a Comparative Analysis. The main objective of this paper or presentation is to highlight the difference of approaches, purposes, and content of the two curricula. This study is significant because it provides insight for the curriculum designers, policymakers, and as well as educators, particularly in the context of Afghanistan. My overarching question is, how do the state secondary curriculum in Afghanistan and the IS secondary curriculum approach religious education? And there are three subsidiary questions. How does Afghanistan secondary curriculum approach religious education? And the same applies to the IS secondary curriculum. When I say the IS, I mean the Institute of Ismaili Studies. The Institute of Ismaili Studies is in London, in the UK. And regarding the the subsidiary questions in a way. What are the main purpose of teaching religious education in Afghanistan secondary curriculum, and how this is set by the IIS secondary curriculum? Likewise, I will compare the content of, particularly from the case study that I have picked up, Tafsir Sharif, it means the Quranic exegesis of grade 10th in Afghanistan secondary, which is taught in Afghanistan secondary school. And I'm sorry. And from one of the module of the IS secondary curriculum is the Quran and its interpretation. I have picked up only the first module because it has two modules. And after this, I will say the Quran module simply. Yeah, coming to the literature review, the curriculum of Afghanistan was particularly the secondary level. It was developed, which was designed in post 2001 when the international community and also I mean that the US and also its allies occupied Afghanistan, and they were thinking, and also the government, the interim government was thinking that there is a need to reconstruct or in a way redesign a curriculum which mainly focusing on Islamic values and national identity. The content of curriculum mainly focus on Sunni Hanafi interpretation of Islam. However, regarding the IS secondary curriculum, it is designed for the Ismaili students globally, emphasize pluralism and intellectual engagement, use civilizational, humanistic, and normative approaches, which I will come and explain them how these approaches are. Regarding the methodology, the methodology for this study is qualitative, textual, and discourse analysis. The case study, as I mentioned, the two subjects were modules from the two curricula that I have picked up. So I will compare the content objectively, purpose or approaches of these two curricula. Yeah, regarding approaches to religious education, the state secondary curriculum in Afghanistan has nationalistic and doctrinal or theological approaches, while the IS secondary curriculum has civilizational, humanistic, and normative approaches. In Afghanistan secondary curriculum, it mainly, in Tafsir Sharif, it is mainly emphasized over unity of God or oneness of God, what is mean Tawheed, as well as ethics and national building. However, for the IS secondary curriculum, it's the mainly civilizational, humanistic, and normative approaches, where the emphasis is mainly put on diversity, on pluralism, on ethics, and various topics which come under it. Okay, coming to nationalistic approach of Tafsir Sharif, as you can see that clearly here, after the cover, which is as there is the national flag of Afghanistan and also the national anthem, which is written in Pashto. From this, it can be it can be signified in a way that it is a politicized, and the national symbols they are presented at the beginning of every textbook. And also you can see that it is written, the national anthem, it is not in Persian, which is lingua franca and the most widely spoken language in Afghanistan, but it's in Pashto. That might be due to politicization and as well as nationalization that has been approached. However, now the system has somehow changed, but the same textbook talk, even after the new regime came. Also, at the beginning of this tafsir or the Quranic exegesis, it's written that after giving a kind of general information regarding religious scholars prominent in the Sunni schools of thought, and then it comes to Islamic scholars in terms of Quranic exegesis from Afghanistan. It is, for example, that I have translated, our beloved country, Afghanistan, with a bright and future historical and civilizational history, as the cradle for many famous Quranic experts and Holy Quran exegetes. Among them are Khoja Abdullah Ansari, and also so on and so forth. So coming, for example, to Khoja Abdullah Ansari, if we put it, for example, in the context of his time, that time it wasn't Afghanistan. They were calling the region as Khorasan, they were calling us Iran, or Greater Iran, Iran Shahar. In the text that we have, not Afghanistan, because Afghanistan was created, it is a country of after division happened between Afghanistan and Iran, what is known as when Afghanistan took its independence and it recognized as a country. Before that, it was mainly called as Khorasan or Iran or some other names. And Khoja Abdullah Ansari, for example, is 10 generation after Ansar. What is those Medinans that helped the immigrants from Mecca who immigrated from Mecca to Medina with the Prophet, and so on and so forth. Here we can also see Imam Fakhri Razi. Imam Fakhri Razi in Persian, when we are making a kind of attribute, for example, Ray. Razi is from Ray, which is now in modern day Tehran. So he is not from Afghanistan. He is not from, so he is from Iran, if you put in today's context. So this shows that how it has been in a way politicized. Also, more importantly, we can see here that the name of Abu Hanifa has not been mentioned. This is another aspect that we can discuss more in Q&A. And regarding the IS curriculum, it is taught globally for the Ismaili Muslims. And it's mainly the emphasis is on loyalty to the Imam and the Ismaili community, as well as pluralism and diversities are welcome. So it can be clearly seen that Tafsir Sharif has a kind of theological approach that emphasizes over Quran and Hadith and traditions, and also in the Zahiri aspect rather than the or exotic aspect rather than the esoteric aspect of religion. But the secondary curriculum has civilizational approach, as you can see that not only the verses from Quran and also from traditions, but also what is human contribution to Islamic studies. For example, in this painting, it can be seen that the first part of Surah Al-Ikhlas, Qul Huwallahu Ahad, is written that tell that there is one God, that He is God, or something like that. And regarding humanistic and normative approaches, you know that for the humanistic aspect, it gives a kind of what is a human feeling, what is a rather than intellect, because we are human, we have feeling, but our experiences. So such aspects are emphasized. Regarding the normative approaches, mainly regard the ethical aspects from the Ismaili tradition has been emphasized over the curriculum, and including in the Quran module. As you can see, for example, this verse of Quran has been brought that you who believe, no people should ridicule other people. So this is a way that emphasizes over the ethical aspect. So the purpose of teaching these two curricula, these two subjects are that for Afghanistan curriculum, it's mainly for emphasizing Islamic vision, value, and non-extremist way due to the context and the instability in the country. For the IS secondary curriculum, it's generally loyalty to the Imam and Ismaili community, encouraged toward pluralism, global citizenship within Ismaili and wider Muslim context. So the topics that you are covered, you are various different topics, but the topics are mainly emphasizing on unity of God in Tafsir Sharif, traditions from the Prophet and ethics. However, in the higher secondary curriculum, there are multiple interpretations from different communities within Muslim community has been brought, both Shia and Sunni, as well as the esoteric aspect, I mean the Sufi, and including the Ismaili specific views and their interpretation. So in this humanistic perspective, which integrates literature, philosophy, history, and also other sciences. One example can be, for example, Surah Al-Fatiha, that's
Sorry,
for
your
the
time is up.
Sorry?
Your time is up, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, I'm just toward the conclusion. So I already highlighted the key parts, and yeah, the two curricula have different approaches. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that, Mehrullah. That's just the nature of these conferences. Thank you. Excellent, excellent presentation. I really enjoyed that presentation. I hope everyone is awake. It's it's been a long day. So just if anyone has any questions, you can put it in the chat or you can put your hand up. And I'm going to start off with a couple of questions just to get everyone warmed up. But the first question, Professor Tim Lindsay, we need your Indonesian expertise. I've also put it in the chat. It's for Miss Ngranti. What challenges can arise when educational reforms blend modern pedagogy with traditional methods to address the needs of students in diverse cultural and religious contexts? So a generic question there, if you could please translate for us.
Ibu Wiwik, pertanyaannya jelas atau tidak?
Yes. Oke.
Itu cukup jelas?
Jelas, Prof.
Ya, kalau ada misalnya percampuran antara pedagogi modern dan metode tradisional, tantangan apa yang muncul dari itu?
Ya, baik. Menurut saya dengan adanya reformasi pendidikan yang saat ini sudah ada dengan memadukan teknologi yang saat ini juga digunakan dalam dunia pendidikan dan juga dengan adanya pendidikan secara tradisional yang hanya menggunakan one way communication dan terus juga metode ceramah tentu memberikan pergeseran dalam implementasi pengajaran pendidikan itu sendiri. Sehingga dengan adanya kemajuan teknologi,
Ibu, tunggu. So, with the reform of education underway and the technology that's used in the world of education, along with traditional methods that are based on just one-way communication and lecturing, this combination is called instability in the implementation of pedagogy. Please, silakan.
Baik. I continue my present. Dengan adanya sosial era Society 5.0, diharapkan siswa itu dapat beradaptasi dengan perkembangan teknologi saat ini, yang mana teknologi itu seharusnya dijadikan sebagai guide saja, gitu, bukan sebagai tujuan utama dalam menyelesaikan tugas ataupun pendidikan mereka. Sehingga penggunaan AI, AOT, dan lain sebagainya, termasuk juga media sosial, itu bisa menjadi penunjang atau pendukung dalam keberhasilan mereka dalam dunia pendidikan. Saya rasa mungkin itu, Prof. Thank you.
So in this era of Society 5.0, it is hoped that students can adapt through the development of technology, such as, for example, AI and social media, with technology as a guide, not as the main objective or destination for students. So students should be able to use these technological developments, AI and so forth, in line with wider educational objectives.
Thank you so much. Excellent answer and excellent translation. Very impressive. So the next question I have for Mr. Khomeini is the classical Islamic learning model, including the methods that you mentioned, Nadzam, Bahar, Rojaz, is effective, but what other strategies you think can better support and motivate these students along with this method that you already mentioned? Any other strategies that you have identified?
Thank you very much, Maria Bati. The student in Indonesia, it is well, they were boring because the method in Indonesia, there are boring models and the same like that. Because with the Putri and the Bahar Rojas, it is like interesting. Interest that they can learn happier, and then the children until adults happy. They can improve their application in the learning because like this. And my opinion, learning with this Putri method is very enjoyable and very easy way to apply and makes all students from children until adult, it is happy and then interest like this. Like that.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? I do have a final question here for Mr. Mehrullah Hosseini. So given the current regime, are there any other ways Afghanistan's educational system can address these unique needs of the Ismaili Muslim communities while promoting a curriculum that is also respecting both the national identity and religious diversity?
Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful question. As I emphasized that the current curriculum that we have in Afghanistan was designed in 2001, and the same curriculum with some kind of revision has been implemented. Just considering that in religious subjects, there isn't any sources from Ismaili tradition utilized there, or from any other Shi'i tradition or any other Sufi tradition, but only in terms of there are two subjects mainly relating to Islamic studies. One is called Quranic exegesis, and the other is Islamic education in a way. For tafsir, that's generally taught for national-wide for all students. But Islamic education has been also designed a subject for the 12 Shi'i Muslims. But for the Ismaili Muslim, that as they live as a minority, so particular attention has not been made. So wherever they live, they are mainly following the general same, or what is Sunni Hanafi interpretation of Islam. And only in other subjects, for example, in geography of grade 12, in what is known as Dari here in Afghanistan, that's the same name with what we call as Persian. So that name has been utilized, and poems from one of the great Ismaili philosophers and poets from 5th Islamic century, that might be allowed 11 Common Era, has been utilized. That it has been mentioned that they are Ismailis, and this is, for example, from that period. But not any relating to Islamic studies, nothing has been utilized. Addressing the students' need. So the IS the Institute of Ismaili Studies, which is representing the Ismailis in terms of scholarly works. It's one of the institution which is functioning in the UK, in London. So that has designed a curriculum, what is known as the IIS secondary curriculum, or the Institute of Ismaili Studies secondary curriculum. So I mentioned that it has different approach. It has civilizational, humanistic, and normative approaches, where diversity of interpretation, pluralism are welcomed, particularly in the Quran module. For example, the first message which has been highlighted here throughout the module is from His Highness, the current Imam of the Ismaili Muslim, His Highness the Arkan, so that provides, a kind of welcoming from other traditions. We are not only theological aspects, what is, for example, from God or the Prophet or Imams or peers, what is their masters or religious scholars, but also what is going on in the ground reality. For example, the painting of the Quran, tajweed, calligraphy. These are all the aspects that they have been utilized from different. I don't mean that it is a kind of everything is put in the single textbook, but of course, some examples have been picked up, and there is a tendency to highlight from different Muslim traditions. From 12 verse, from Sunni, from Sufi. At the same time, they are highlighting where Ismaili students are, or where Ismailis are. That is our tradition emphasizing. So I think from that way, it can be addressed. And the other difference is that mainly in Afghanistan, the teachers, they are, for example, like 12th grade, where they haven't gone through a very professional courses, but for the IS secondary curriculum, it's run by the teachers who go through a very professional course, what is known as STEP, Secondary Teacher Education Program. It's run by the Institute of Ismaili Studies, and also it has cooperation with the SOAS University of London, with University College of London. It provides, the students needs as they get experience in Ismaili religious schools in the UK, and also in the mainstream schools in the UK. That is another lens that can be considered. I hope that I answered your question.
Yes, very excellent answer. Thank you so much. Does anyone else, Professor Lindsay?
Thank you very much. This is a question just reflecting my own ignorance, but I wonder if Makrullah Husseini could just explain briefly what the relationship between the Ismaili community and the Taliban government is like in Afghanistan. It's not clear to me.
I'm sorry that it is a kind of political way, but I'm not also representing any side, but I think that because Ismailis, they are not active politically or militarily, and Ismailis, they are just coping with any kind of government is coming. So which the current government also, the current caretaker government also, there isn't any kind of serious issue. But of course, when the general rule is applied, that's for all people. So Ismailis are not exceptional. And in the Ismaili institutions, what is known as the institutions which are coming under AKD and American Development Network, and many other, they are quite fine, and there isn't anything serious. Even the way that they were functioning quite the same way during previous regime or government, it's functioning the same under the current government. And yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. I just was interested in, by way of background, to contextualize your presentation. So that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
much.
Do we have any other questions for our presenters?
Okay, I will conclusion my hope with this Bahar Rajas project is that the learning model in Indonesia will not be boring and will make it easier for people to read the Quran and even memorize it. And the science of Arut or nautical is very interesting and is a course taught in the upper semester in every literature faculty like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If there's no other questions, I think we can wrap up because our session's about to come to an end. Thank you so much. Just like to thank all the presenters and everyone for their contributions. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maria Bhatti and all the presenters in that session. And thank you, Maria, for joining us for the first, but I really hope not the last time at our CILIS conference. And I hope that maybe in the future we may be able to hold face-to-face conferences as well as online ones. We'll see. So our next session can begin now, which is on Islam and politics. I'm the chair and mentor for this session, and we have 5 presenters, which shows that I did not do the planning for this conference very well, did I? Because I ended up with the largest group, but I'm sure that means I'm the luckiest because it'll be 5 really excellent presenters to finish our conference off. Before we go to the first speaker, I just want to say thank you to all the participants. We have 50 people still online, which I think is a record. So you've all done wonderfully to celebrate our 20th year of CILIS Postgraduate Islamic Studies Conference by having 50 people sit through the day listening to each other's papers, ideas and discussions. So congratulations to all of you. And I'm sure we're going to have 50 at the end of this session still too. So let's go now to our speakers. We have Suharman from the UIN, the State Islamic University Sultan Haji Muhammad Idris in Samarinda in Indonesia. The next speaker after him will be Dr. Hasnan Bakhtiar from Deakin University, Australia. Then Mrs. Ulia Fuhaida from Coventry University, United Kingdom, and Dr. Khadia Hasram from the Universitas Islam International in Indonesia, and Mr. Arif Arman, Research Fellow from the Centre of Civilizational Dialogue in the University of Malaya in Malaysia. So we have a real United Nations in this session, as well as a large number of presenters. I'm looking forward to it a lot. So let's go to our first presenter, Suharman, on transforming Islamic education, a religious moderation strategy. The 10 minutes are yours.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Suharman. I'm from Indonesia. In Kalimantan Timur. My title research is Transforming Islamic Education, a religious moderation strategy for Islamic higher education. Introduction. Religious moderation is a crucial element to instill inclusive values, tolerance, and respect for diversity among students in order to prevent the spread of extremist and radical religious views. This article discusses the transformation of Islamic religious education in Islamic higher education institution as a response to the challenges of the multicultural era. The transformation focuses on the strengthening religious moderation through strategies that can be implemented in the context of higher education. The radicalism movement in Indonesia is triggered by domestic issues and international political dynamics, which are believed to have influenced the socio-political life of Muslims. The Bali bombing 1 and 2, the Poso 1998 accident, the Ambon conflict in 1999, and most recently the bombing at the ecumenical church in Samarinda is Kalimantan Timur in 2060 reflect this trend. This means that the responsibility for shaping children is not the burden of parents, but Islamic education must also play an active role in transforming religious moderation among the younger generation through Islamic educational institutions. Moderation terms. In Islamic teaching, religious moderation is often interpreted through the concept of wasatiyah, which corresponds to terms such as tawasut or middle ground, iktidal, justice, and tawazun or balance. The moderation of Islam in Arabic is called wasatiyah al-Islamiyah. Several vocabularies that are similar in meaning to those, including the words tawazun, tawasut, and al-iktidal. The terminology of Islamic moderation is the terminology of the many terms that are often used to refer to the labels of Muslims such as modernist, progressive, and reformist Islam. Moderation in the general sense of our time means balance in beliefs, attitudes, behavior, order, muamalah, and morality. And teaching about the middle path always exists in every religious tradition, not only in Islam, but also in the Christianity, in Buddhism, Hinduism, and Confucianism. In Islam, there is a wasatiyah. In Christianity, there is golden mean. In Buddhism, there is Nachima Patipada. And in Hinduism, there is Madhyamika. In Confucianism, there is Zhong. The fundamental basis of religious moderation is contained in several verses of the Quran, particularly in Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 153. Thus, we have made you, the Muslim community, a middle nation, so that you may be witnesses of humanity, and the messenger prophet Muhammad may be a witness of you. Let's look at the data in the image showing the religious harmony index between 2018 to 2023. The data relates the equality, tolerance, and cooperation. The result is 76.024. Based on the data from the Religious Harmony Index, there has been a significant decline from 2018 to 2023. In 2018, the index was at 72, but by 2023, it had dropped to 70. This indicates a need for strengthening moderation within society, particularly through Islamic higher education institution. Research methods, the research employs a qualitative methods aiming to understand the experiences number of individuals related to a particular concept of or phenomenon in the context of this research. The individuals in questions are university leaders, Islamic studies lecturers, and students higher education institution. The data detection techniques involve related in literature studies, observation.
Suharman, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, result. The finding indicates that religion moderation strategies in Islamic religious education can be achieved through the development of integrative curriculum, dialogical learning methods, and the reinforcement of national and humanitarian values in each teaching material. At the Muhammadiyah University of East Kalimantan, there is an integration between the causes of Pancasila and humanitarian fight with the materials on religious moderation. For non-Muslim students, there is an Islamology course that's introduced concept of moderation, tolerance, equality, and justice from the Islamic perspective. The lectures use dialogic learning methods or focus group discussion to help students better understand the material on religious moderation. The success of religious moderation in society can be measured through 4 indicators: national commitment, anti-violence stance, tolerance, and acceptance of local tradition. Conclusion: the article recommends enhancing collaboration between lecturers, students, and stakeholders in Islamic higher education institutions to create an academic environment conducive to learning religious moderation. Thus, Islamic higher education can play an active role in producing a generation with moderate religious understanding, tolerance, and the ability to live harmoniously in a diverse society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well timed, almost exactly on dot of 10 minutes. So we will now go to our next speaker, Mr. Hasnan Bakhtiar of Deakin University, on the use of informal religious law in emotive civilizational populist mobilization, the case of the Islamic Defenders Front in Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Hasnan.
Thank you, Pak Tim. My research focuses on how the Islamist populist movement performed the politicization of Sharia in its political mobilization in the 2024 election in Indonesia. So my research specifically concerns about the case of the FBI or Front Pembela Islam, or the Defenders Front of Islam, which was formed in 1998 and disbanded in the end of 2020, but it was reestablished in the early of 2021 to become the Islamic Brotherhood Front or Front Persaudaraan Islam. Its abbreviation is still the FBI. Although the FBI was banned, its activities, including in social media, was prohibited by the police. 6 of its Laskars were killed, and its Grand Imam Rizik Sihab was imprisoned and then released on parole, and now he is totally free. The FBI, as an extra parliamentary political force, played a crucial role in supporting Islamist candidates in the election. While scholars such as Jahroni Arifianto Fakal categorized the FBI as an Islamist movement, others like Fedi Hadis, Robinson, Marcus Mitzner, Muhtadi, and Aspinall classified as Islamist and vigilante populist movement. But Barton and Yilmaz observed that the FBI also demonstrates resistance to its populist enemies, whom it perceives as threatening the civilization of the Ummah by employing the Roger Brubaker's civilizational populism theory. Bartom and Yilmaz view the FBI as an Islamic civilizational populist movement. I'm not going to deal with this method, but in the context of the 2024 presidential election, I understand that the FBI's Islamic civilizational populism as a concept, identity and condition, then the context is political mobilization during election. So their politicization of Sharia becomes the focal point of my attention. I regard the FBI as a populist movement that combines Islamism and civilizationism as its core ideologies. A few months ago, in the Indonesian presidential election in February 2024, the FBI abandoned its support for Prabowo Subianto. Previously, the FBI supported this guy in the 2019 presidential election to fight against Jokowi. But when Prabowo joined in the Jokowi's administration as a defense minister, and then he entered into a political coalition with this former president, an enemy of the FBI, who made his son Gibran Rakabuming the vice presidential candidate. The FBI perceived that Prabowo was a traitor. The FBI finally supported Anies Baswedan Mohaimin Iskandar, or Amin, through a process and mechanism in line with the cultural tradition of Sharia. In terms of coalition among the parties, this event shows a very complex ideological combination and also realpolitik calculation. Amin, for example, was supported by Nasdem Party. Nasdem is a pluralist party which supported Jokowi in the past. And then PKB, moderate and a pluralist party rooted in Nahdlatul Ulama, the mainstream Muslim organization, and the Islamist Rifle. And the last is PKS, Muslim Brotherhood Based Party in Indonesia. And Prabowo Gibran was supported by Gerindra, Golkar, PAN, Demokrat, PSI. All of them are nationalists, and Gerindra is ultra-nationalist. And PBB. PBB is a supporter of the formalization of Sharia or Piagam Jakarta in 2002. And then small parties like Garuda, Gelora, and Prima. And Ganjar Pranowo and Mahfud MD was supported by PDIP, PPP, Perindo, and Hanura. PPP is also Islamic party established in 1973. Muslim parties were everywhere. It means that Muslims' power were fragmented. But as a result, Anies Mohaimin, the FBI's preferred candidate, was defeated. Also, the victory or a defeat is not the focus of my research. But from the perspective of the FBI as an Islamic civilizational populist movement, I want to see the FBI's efforts to mobilize the political support of the Ummah through the politicization of Sharia in the context of electoral politics. First, we found that in instrumentalizing Sharia, the FBI uses the mechanism of Ijtima Ulama to produce a political fatwa. Ijtima Ulama is a kind of contemporary ijma, consensus, is a consultation or musyawarah in Bahasa Indonesia or shura in Arabic among Muslim scholars. In this context, this is more an ijma that prevails around the Islamist ulama. Of course, this is controversial, especially in the perspective of the FBI's rivals, such as NU and Muhammadiyah, when they question who and by what criteria the ulama are to be called. A true consultative process, which is also claimed to be a process mandated by Sharia law that brought together important figures in Islamist circles, Ijtima produce a political fatwa that affirm the presidential candidates chosen and agreed upon by the ulama Amin, Anies Baswedan Mohaimin Iskandar. Before issuing this fatwa, Amin had also signed an integrity pact prepared by the Ijtima ulama. And although the Ijtima Ulama is a different organization from the FBI, this clearly reflects the aspiration of the populist movement's activists. After issuing this fatwa, FBI preachers distributed it through various religious forums, assemblies in different parts of the country, including digitally through YouTube, and then redistributed it through other digital platforms. Of course, in this mobilization, the use of Sharia fatwa of Ijtima Ulama as a political tool implicitly or explicitly emphasizes the role of the legal centrism of Sharia. In this way, Muslims are encouraged to understand that there is a legal obligation to follow this fatwa. Otherwise, to ignore this fatwa is to violate this obligation and imply a violation of Sharia. The role of Sharia in this context is analogous to the legal proposition inherent in the understanding of Sharia that command basically implies an obligation to obey it. Exceptions apply if there is a legally justified explanation or reason. Or in Arabic is al-aslu fil amri lil wujub wala tadullu ala ghairi illa bikarina. Or in Latin we find actus nemini facit injuria, meaning that the act of the law does no one wrong, so the FBI's populist politics is claimed as quote-unquote Shari'ali always right. In my second finding, the FBI instrumentalizes Sharia by applying a specific Sharia command. At facing the issue of electoral fraud, the FBI enforced the doctrine of commanding good and preventing evil, or Amar Ma'ruf Nahi Munkar. According to the FBI, Jokowi is perpetuating his dynastic politics, continuing his political power by using the hand of his son, Gibran, manipulating the law through the constitutional court. Gibran's uncle, or Uncle Usman, was actually the head of this court, and abusing his authority and power as a public official, strengthening Prabowo Gibran appeal by giving the bantuan langsung tunai, temporary unconditional cash transfer to the voters, and engaging in vote counting fraud by controlling the General Election Commission. So performing the doctrine of Amar Ma'ruf Nahi Munkar to fight against Jokowi's political fraud is a must for the FBI's followers and supporters. As a conclusion, I'm not going to read this, but it's good evidence based on the Rizik Sihab's speech. So my conclusion is electoral politics is the context of the FBI's opposition to its Islamist civilizational enemies, Prabowo, who is seen as a traitor, and Jokowi as the corrupt elite. I argue that the Islamist civilizational, the FBI, use the informal Sharia law, a dynamic cultural tradition in Muslim society, as a political tool in mobilizing electoral supports of Muslims by performing Sharia mechanisms such as political ijma, political ijtihad, the production of political fatwa, manipulation of Sharia legal centrism, and the implementation of certain Islamist doctrine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Hasnan. That was a lot of information in 10 minutes, so well done. Very interesting and a lot of detail. Our next presenter, our third presenter in our marathon final session is Mrs. Ulia Fuhaida from Coventry University in Britain on the Salafi movement in Jambi, Indonesia. You have 10 minutes, Ibu Ulia.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, good morning all. I'm really happy to share about my part of my research. My name is Ulia Fuhaida. I'm a PhD candidate from Coventry University, United Kingdom, and my research have been funded by LPDB BEB. So I'm BEB awardee. Okay. I would like to talk about my research. The title is A Myth of Salafi. Let me begin with my overview. today I'm gonna talk about definition of Salafi, the global Salafi in Indonesia, then why Salafi in Jambi, my method in research, and then the finding of my research, and the last one about conclusion. Let's move to the definition of Salafi. Those who not really engage with Salafi is Sunni Muslim group who want to emulate and imitate the Salafus Saleh in the daily modern context. And I cite Meyer here. He states that Salafus Saleh is the first 3 generations of Muslims who want to experience, who have experienced the rise of Islam and are regarded as exemplify the way to life for the future Muslim. And then these are the doctrine or the characteristics of Salafi. They tend to purity of Islam that combine written to the basic source of Islam, Al-Quran and Hadith. They reject taqlid or the blind following for canonical Islamic school madhab. They strike to the oneness of God or Tawheed. And some of them condemned bid'ah or innovation in religion to the other Islamic denomination, and they also claimed that they safe group al-Firqa Najiyah or the victorious sects or Ta'ifa al-Mansura. And then the next slide is about how Salafi became a global movement. Mostly scholars believe that Saudi Arabia is the actor that dissemination Salafi into a global context. It's contestation. Some scholars believe that the root of Salafi came from the Imam Ibn Hanbal and Ibn Taymiyyah. Then the second one's its root from the Muhammad Abduh, Al-Afghani and Rashid Rida. And then the last about the coalition of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahab and the Saud. And the last one, the contemporary Salafi actually become phenomenon after 9/11. And from this Saudi Arabia, then they export the Salafi manhaj into another country like Europe, Africa, America, Asia through education, publication, and also internet. And this is the establishment Salafi in Indonesia. Scholar divided into 2 parts. The first one, the pre-independence of Indonesia. Some scholars believe that the Perang Padri has notion that they aims to return to the Quran Hadith. So it's similar to the zeal of fundamentalism, the back to the Salafist purpose. And then the second part is after Suharto crackdown in 1998. I cite here Hassan mentioned that Libya or the Indonesian Institute Arabic as the core of the establishment of Salafi in Indonesia, because at that time, Libya gave scholarship to the student, then pursue their to the Saudi Arabia Kingdom and become alumni. Then they came back to Indonesia, and then they establish education and pesantren to disseminate Salafi in their region. And whether Chaplin says that Yogyakarta network, if I mention here, there is Abu Nida as the founding father of Salafis from Yogyakarta, and it's spread in entire of Indonesia. And then in the development of Salafism in Indonesia, it's divided into 2 factions, the Madhali and Sururi. What is the differences between them? Madhali tends to more engage in political, but then Sururi is the group that Matholi tends to quiet in political, and Sururi tend to engage in a politic, and there is a contestation between them. Not only the politic, but there is also different perspective, how to interpret what the Salafi Salih knowledge about everything. So then there is contestation of Salafism in Indonesia. And why I choose Jambi? Because when I read reference, one of the uniqueness of Jambi, it's different with the majority of Salafism in Indonesia. Salafi in Jambi established 1997 from Yogyakarta Network. They focus on da'wah. They have also education. They focus on urban and youth. And then they also use da'wah in internet. And there are 5 foundation Salafism. And I use anonymous, there's foundation here, Darul Ulum, Darul Quran, Darul Hadis, Darul Salam, and Darul Arqam. And this is the research question in my research. I want to address these 3 kind of research question. What is the nature of social relation between Salafi adherent and their family, fellow Muslim and non-Muslim? Then secondly, what are the Salafist adherent negotiation perspective and experience in regarding a gender issue? And the third one, what is the political behavior of Salafi adherent? And this is my philosophy of research. I employ constructionist, interpretivism, qualitative approach with microethnographic and inductive. And I think I put there my theoretical framework. I employ everyday religion. And in terms of my method, I use a fieldwork interview and online observation with a snowball sampling, because it's not easy to get Salafi as your participant. And this is my positionality. I have a binary position, insider and outsider. And this is my finding. The first, the uniqueness of Salafi in Jambi, it's in social relation. They keep good relationship. They are not condemned the other doing bid'ah and takfiri, and they still doing muamalah with non-Muslim. It's really opposite with some of the Salafi that they use al-wala al-bara to separate their with the other community. And the second one about gender equity, I think I feel that this is a bit challenging because gender is a broad narrative, but then I try to simplify my thought here. Gender is related to the gender role in household, the limitedness, women in public participation, the male guardianship, and the social interaction. So my finding here, mostly my interlocutor are educators in a Salafi foundation. So it means that they have agency to pursue their career, even though some of them still believe that working from home is noble employment. And the last one, this is the uniqueness of Salafi in Jambi. They say that democracy no, but election yes. Organization no, but foundation yes. But they stressed that they are truly obedient to the government in terms of anti-demonstration to the government. They are not support the others Islamic group in Aksibila Islam. They also support vaccine and COVID-19. They participate in BPJS member. They anti-terrorism, and they also follow government instruction to the determination in a lunar calendar to 1 Ramadan, 1 Shawwal, and Zulhijjah.
Thank
so
you.
the last one.
Ibu, we'll have to stop you there. You're a bit over time. We can read your conclusion, though, I think, there. I'm working from home today, and I think it's very noble, in fact. So you've convinced me. Thank you for an excellent presentation, very thoroughly prepared with some very helpful PowerPoint slides that greatly assist the understanding of what you're presenting. We're moving now to our fourth presentation, which is from Mr. Khaidir Hasram of ULTGI in Indonesia. And he's talking about why states adopt state religion, examining the role of ethno-religious politics in Southeast Asia. We have 10 minutes available to you, Pak Khaidir.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm really glad to participate in this excellent conference. So my presentation is about trying to discuss why some countries decide to have a state religion. I mean, like, state religion is official religion, in which countries recognize a particular religion as the religion of the state, which we know that it is junctures that influence religious arrangement and state religious dynamic afterward. So why I come up with this questions is because and focus on the religious politic is because religious group countries with significant religious group witness a steady struggle to adopt state religions, and therefore, like, we see what had been done by Islamists in Indonesia and Malaysia, or like Buddhist nationalists or monkish in Myanmar and Cambodia and Thailand, or Christian movement in the Philippines and East Timor try to pursue to demand the adoption of state religions. But why some countries is succeeded while others failed? This is my big question. So I use the data set from the PRC, or Pew Research Center. We see 43 countries have official religion, and Islam is one of the most recognized, and mostly in the Middle East and North Africa. And I will try to address my research into Southeast Asian context, because Southeast Asia, we see in the maps, represent the 4 variations of PRC cluster. It indicates, in my point of view, it indicates the vibrant socio-religious history in Southeast Asia. And I try to look at the elite structure, the variations shaped by the elite structures of the ethno-religious nationalism, and also because Southeast Asian countries is mostly a post-colonial state. And to narrowing down my research, I try to focus on 2 primary cases, which is Indonesia and Malaysia. We know that both countries have similar in terms of demography. Both are Muslim majority populations and Muslim majority populations. So my second cases I call congruent cases, which is I take the Cambodia and Myanmar. Both are a Buddhist country. They have witnessed the demand from the religious group to adopt state religion, to adopt Buddhism as the state religions, but both countries have a different outcome. Cambodia eventually adopted Buddhism as the state religions, but Myanmar at the same time failed to adopt Buddhism as a state religions. And I try to focus on primary cases, which is Malaysia. Malaysia itself, we know that stated that Islam is the religion of the federations. But interestingly, in the first draft of Malaysian constitutions, Islam is not under considerations. The first draft, I mean, like the rate report from the Constitutional Commission of Malaysia, there is no there is no Islam as under considerations, but eventually in the final draft, Islam is adopted. Some scholars argue that it is because the big role of the alliance, and within the alliance itself, UMNO, which is represent the Malay ethnicity, have a dominant role. That therefore, and at the time, the alliance have given the role to give a recommendation to the commission in regard to the sensitive issue like ethnicities and religions. Some also argue that it is the result of the negotiation between Chinese and Indians. For instance, Chinese allow Muslim to adopt state religions. In conversely, Chinese have reward to adopt their language in their educational institutions. The second case, which is that failed to adopt state religion, is Indonesia. We know, unlike Malaysia, Indonesia, in the first draft, which is we know the Jakarta Charter, Islam is under considerations as the fundamental basis of the state. But during the brief meeting of PPKI, the 7 words has been removed from our constitutions. And this is the case, the congruent case I mentioned, which is Cambodia. Actually, Cambodia has been designated Buddhism as the state religion since 1947, then continue to the 1993 constitutions, and it is because driven by the rule of the monkish politic and its traumatic history through the when Cambodia is under communist rule of Pol Pot in 1975 to 1979, and it's kind of try to revive the Khmer and Buddhism. And in Myanmar, we know that Buddhism is already recognized a special position, but the religious politician or Buddhist nationalists try to leverage the status of Buddhism as the state religions. And I argue that how the mechanism, how ethno-religious politics affect or shape the successful or the failure of the adoption of state religions, it's shaped by these 3 factors, which is elite structure, ethno-nationalism, and decolonial legacy. Actually, decolonial legacy I will discuss further. And the adoption of state religion will succeed in more consolidated elite structure, which is within the alliance. But in Indonesia, at the same time, the elite structure was fragmented, and there is a strong contestation between nationalists and Islamists, or in the case of Burma, there is a contestation between the Buddhist nationalists, which is UNO, the first prime minister, and the military, which is in 1990s, when Buddhism adopted as a state religion, it's promptly diminished by the Newin administration, which is from the military. And another reason is there is a strong embeddedness in religion and ethnicity. For instance, in Malaysia, we know that there is a Malay Muslim that is inseparable, 2 factors. And we know also in Cambodia, there is a Khmer Buddhist relations. Malay is always to be a Muslim, and also Khmer is also most of them is a Buddhist. While in the country like Myanmar and Indonesia, there is a loose integrations in religion and ethnicities. Like Javanese, the majority of ethnic in Indonesia is not identical to Muslim. It's similar with the case of Myanmar. The Buddhist nationalist movement does not integrate it with the Burmans, which is the majority ethnic in Myanmar. And in regards to colonial legacy, I think is not very much determinant factors, because we know in Myanmar were under the British, but they had between.
That's your time, Pak Kadir. Can you just give us a sentence to finish off?
Yes, thanks. Thanks.
Did you want to give a final sentence? A final word to finish?
For me?
You okay? You're all right? You're happy with your...
Finish my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was, again, another very detailed and thoughtful presentation with a lot of questions coming from it, I think. And that brings us to our lucky last speaker for today, Mr. Arif Arman, who is a research fellow in the Centre for Civilizational Dialogue, University of Malaya in Malaysia, on the compatibility dialect mediating the legitimate coexistence of Islamic law and state law by Abdullahi An-Naim. So you have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. Selamat sore teman-teman. Apa kabar? All right, I do apologize. I don't have any slides with me, but I'm just going to explain a bit on this paper, and let me just share the paper itself, if that's possible.
That's fine, but Arif, just if you just talk to us, you don't need to share the paper. That's fine.
All right, cool. All right, so my paper is actually on the compatibility dialectic from Abdullahi Ahmad An-Naim, and basically it delves into the question of the Sharia law, whether the Sharia is divine or whether it's something that is concocted or something that is fallible in terms of human reason. The point here being, Abdullah Ahmad Naim argues that the state law, whether or not it's in a country where there's majority Muslim or if it's a minority Muslim, does not allow for the Sharia to actually be the state law. So for example, this text itself is predominantly something, an engagement with Muslim minority countries, especially in the West. So the question of identity and what constitutes it is not novel. In the 21st century and in light of an industrially charged neoliberal world, such questions remain pertinent. This commitment assumes an allegiance to the laws of the land, even if such laws are deemed to be contrary to the Sharia or Islamic law. So the point here being that we argue that the coexistence of the Sharia and state law is the first step in realizing the possibility of the state law as being the Sharia, a notion espoused by the French scholar Tariq Ramadan, and how the use of reason, aql, is prerequisite in actualizing such a possibility. Next, we argue that the intellect is a responsibility accepted and a gift bestowed by God Almighty on each individual. So the background is who gets to define and give import to the Sharia. Such a question is one that is loaded since it implies thorough engagement with Islamic theology or history, as well as agreements and disagreements. Juristic rulings and modern fiqh-based family laws have often been justified on the grounds of abiding by the Sharia, which is commonly held by Muslims, generally speaking, to be divine and just. However, many modern Muslim scholars have argued that the Sharia is first and foremost an ethical paradigm that presents a totality of the moral lessons found in the Quran and Sunnah, which is the prophetic tradition. As such, the Sharia in theory is indeed God's law, but its interpretation and application is not. Moreover, when understood as an ethical paradigm, the Sharia is thus dependent on the receptivity of both the individual and the community, which one can argue is impacted by the circumstances or the context that one finds him or herself in. So it is imperative that such deliberation does not mean that one has to disregard the work of traditional jurists in its entirety. I repeat, we should not disregard the work of traditional jurists in its entirety, but we have to understand that it is fallible. Therefore, we have to also have an appreciation of the tradition of Islam and the way in which certain laws have been understood and implemented. So now for An-Naim and his appreciation of freedom. Naeem's proposal has to be brought forward. The premise of his argument is that Islamic law is not now and cannot be the state law of any state, whether Muslims are the majority or the minority of the population. Because when we engage with ideas of secularity and ideas of nation states, we have to also understand that the idea of a nation state is very foreign to Islam. Generally speaking, because in history, in Islamic history, there wasn't this idea of a nation state as demarcated by such of borders that we understand as of now. So what does he mean by this? His statement can be broken down into two parts. Firstly, the statement of Islamic law is not now the state law of any state, is one that makes sense of current events in both Muslim countries and non-Muslim countries. Now, going by the fact that the enforcement of Islamic law is made through state institutions, there is a negation of a supposedly religious nature. The outcome of abiding to these constructs is that it will always be secular and not religious, because it is again working within the rubric of a secular nation state. The contention here is that the application of the aforesaid law is made through the apparatus of the secular. Even if one considers a Muslim majority country, say Indonesia, the implementation of the Sharia is made through the institutions affiliated with the state, thus taking away its religious dimension. Secondly, Islamic law cannot be the state law is a statement that is normative. Since the institutions that apply their rendition of the Sharia are a product of the state, Islamic law cannot be considered state law for the exact reason that it is still bounded within the domains of the state itself. Now, these arguments manifest itself as a tautology. Perhaps if the Muslim polity aims to retain the religious dimension, as mentioned earlier, a move away beyond the framework of the state and from instruments of the secular, as well as secularity itself, has to be made. As for now, such a transition is highly unlikely. Today, the struggles for individual freedom and social justice continue to persist, and Naeem's caveat is key here, in that there is no assumption made that the state are neutral or benign, or state law is always just and valid. Naeem calls for engagement with civic reason and not effective assertions that are based on religious convictions. From here, complementary normative systems can be created by using existing models of state law and a combination with elements to the Sharia or iterations of legal pluralism, as can be found in Malaysia, actually. One cannot deny that this is an attractive stance whole, as it allows Muslims not to be at odds with the current system of law. And from here, the reconciliation of an Islamic identity with the ethos of the country that Western Muslims find themselves in remains within reach. We move on to Tariq Ramadan's abode of testimony. Tariq Ramadan's notion of the West as being the abode of testimony, or Dar al-Shahada, is contingent on the fact that Muslims are the minority and that the practice of Islam in such circumstances necessitates a constant reminder of the Shahada, or the testimony of faith. In other words, a Muslim who lives in a non-Muslim majority will always be reminded of his or her identity and the place that he or she finds himself in. Thus, Ramadan's theorizing of the West as a space-time which requires minority Muslims to reason themselves requires an engagement with the Sharia that is dissimilar to that of Muslim majority nations in terms of numbers. So this distinction between Dar al-Shahada and Dar al-Harb and Dar al-Islam, which is the idea that there is an abode of peace and an abode of war. Dar al-Islam as being a abode of peace and Dar al-Harb as a abode of war does not actually tie into any Quranic injunctions. These categories were used as conceptual tools and as categorization instruments to demarcate the differences between places where Muslims were either the majority or the minority in history. To add, there is a diversification of strategic alliances and spheres of influence within these Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb. However, in the modern context, there is a need to understand that there is no demarcation now. In a highly globalized, plural world, Muslims and non-Muslims live with each other in relative ease and comfort and in peace. Therefore, there is no distinction between Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb, as according to Tariq Ramadan and Naeem. Therefore, it is important for us to also engage in the idea of tajdeed, or renewal, according to ijtihad, the ability to discern between what is right and what is wrong according to reason. And Ramadan calls for a path towards faithfulness that is grounded upon solid, consistent, and coherent foundations based on a double dialectical approach, encompassing both the contextualized study of the Quran and in light of the text itself. So we have to also kind of look at the idea again of the theological underpinnings of the Mu'tazilah and the Ashariyah and also the Maturidiyah, which looks at the idea of the Quran as being created or not created. And this is a very important point to make, although it's not really our focus in this paper. So ways forward, given that I've only got 1 minute left, is to go back to Anaim's call for social justice that is not dependent on compulsion and intimidation. The widespread call for the application of the Sharia in Western countries is indeed a pipe dream. One can laud the honest intentions of those who have such intentions, but one has to be a realist. The effort of applying an absolute law or divine law to the relative, according to the context and circumstance, requires due diligence and an understanding that what follows is not usually success. However, the failure of applying such absolute should not leave one despondent. One shouldn't be too sad or unhappy if these laws are not actually carried out 100%. Again, because the Sharia is divine, its interpretation is not. So we have attempted a reading agreement with his work, The Compatibility Dialectic, and the relevance of this statement is applied to the idea that state law should not be adopted as the Sharia, should be adopted as the Sharia, which was brought forward by Tariq Ramadan. Now, the last point here that I like to make is a constant reevaluation of our place in the world is necessary so as to move away from intellectual sterility and moral inaptitude within the Ummah and beyond. Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arif. And that's for a really strong finish to our presentations today. It was a carefully constructed and thought through argument and very well presented. And thank you so much. I think there's lots to talk about. And I didn't mind there were no PowerPoints either. Well done. So we have some time for discussion now, and I would like to invite anybody to ask a question either through the chat or by putting up your hand. And when I say anyone, I would also encourage the speakers in this session to ask each other questions if they like. We have 50 people here, and I'm sure we'll get some questions from 50 people, including from our mentors as well. Please do ask questions, mentors. Well, I know you can do this, people. Let's have a question. Well, I'll put a question then to Kadir Hasram about why states adopt state religion. Now, it's a very interesting paper where you were comparing the progress of different states on the issue, or rather the responses of different states to the challenge of whether they should adopt an official state religion. And I noticed you talked about some doing so and some failing. Is it your view that it is a good thing to have a state religion, or do you think states should avoid committing to a particular religion? Please, Hadi.
Okay, thanks. Do you ask me my personal view of?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested that you've provided this analysis of the reasons why states adopt state religions or do not, and you talk about them failing to adopt a state religion, which sort of almost suggests you think they should. And I'm just wondering whether you think having a state religion, in your view, or based on what you've learned through your research, is, in your view, something states should do or should not do? Is it a good thing or a bad thing, or what are the consequences of doing it?
Actually, many research show that whether the state religions, if state adopt state religion, it's like junctures and influence the religious arrangements afterwards. Like in Indonesia and Malaysia, they have different religious arrangements, like how the state like how the state pursue the religious freedom and so on. Indonesia and Malaysia has different in terms of that. And also, if you ask me whether it is good or bad, I'm not I think it's based on the state preference. But I think, but what I'm trying to show in my paper, some countries is, despite they have a strong intention to push to adopt state religions, I think it's always fail, like what has been done in Indonesia. Because why? In my point of view, religion put at the state religion is represent the national identity, is not pure religion, is not pure the religious interest, but it is a part of national identity. Therefore, like why Indonesia is hard to adopt state religions, because there is the issue of religion itself is not aligning, or is not integrated, or is not embedded with the majority ethnic group like Javanese, like I mentioned before. What it is easy in Malaysia or in Cambodia, because in both countries, religion, religious culture, religious tradition is embedded with the ethnic culture, ethnic traditions. Therefore, they fight not only for religious by definitions, but they fight for their ethnicity.
Okay, thank you. I think as soon as we get into the question of the state adopting a religion, we get straight into the area just discussed by Arif Arman about whether a religious law, once it's in the hands of the state, can remain a religious law or becomes a state law, which I think, taking Abdullah An-Naim's idea, would apply outside Islam to other religious laws as well, which would be an interesting exercise to undertake. And while I'm on that, I can see you've got a hand up, but I've also got a question in the text from Hasnan Bakhtiar, which is, I think, for you again, Pak Arif. What is the basis used by Tariq Ramadan to construct the notion of Dar al-Shahada?
Right, it's a very good question. This is
Can you
because
see that in it?
is a Western scholar, France, if I'm not mistaken, and he wrote a book called "The Quest of Meaning," and the justification for talking about Dar al-Shahada is indeed compelling, because for Tariq Ramadan, being in a country like France, being in the West as a minority, there is this understanding that you are in an abode of testimony, because you are challenged with different distractions and different kind of external forces impacting your deen, your religion. Therefore, Dar al-Shahada means that you are a witness, and you're calling upon that testimony, the call that, you know, there is no God but God, and the Prophet Muhammad is his final messenger, means that you are observing this reality, being in a Muslim minority country, that is also part of God, really. That God created people in Al-Hujurat to know each other, different creeds, different religions, different races, so that we get to know one another and to learn from each other. And there is no one person that is better than the other based on skin color or race or background. Those who are God-fearing are better than the others. So, and that is a very kind of very difficult to ascertain what God-fearing means. Therefore, that is why Dar al-Shahada is conceptualized by Tariq Ramadan.
Thank you so much, Arif. And we've got a question from mentor Dina Afrianti.
Yeah, thanks, Pak Tim. My question is for Ulia. I'm interested to hear more. I know it's late already, but maybe you can perhaps elaborate more. I'm very interested in learning about, because you mentioned about insider and outsiders view. So in relation to gender, what's your thought on the Salafist movement in Jambi? Because you said they conquered that women's ideal place is at home, but they allow women to pursue jobs outside homes. So in relations to that, what's your take on women's roles in public place according to the Salafi?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibu Dina. It's a really intriguing question. Yeah. it's not a simply situation that Salafi in Jambi. I would say that's full of nuance. They have ambivalence. They have a uniqueness that some of them, in my research, I have two interlocutors from female and male perspective. When I interviewed the female Salafi, they said that in a modern context, we are must be adopted in a modern situation. For example, that now there is employment that can't be replaced by men. They still believe that some employment like a nurse, that women should be treated by women in the hospital, something like that. So then they believe that they have to take part in this kind of employment. But then some of my interlocutors said that even though I have higher education, but then when I'm married, I would be just living in my house. I will nurturing my children. I will only engage with my family. Yeah, but then for from my data, my Salafi women, I have 9 and 11 female and male, but then the majority of my interlocutor is educator in a Salafi foundation. So they believe that they have to take part the job that it fit with their Salafi norm. For example, because in a Salafi there is a gender segregation, the strict that they there is no mingling between men and female in the workplace. So they tend to choose what the job that they still adopt their Salafism. For example, the employees still have opportunity to wearing their niqab, because not all the institution in Indonesia allow you to wearing your niqab. So then they just said that, yeah, this is I have agency, I have my voice, I have my opportunity to have pursue to take part in the public sphere. But then still there is term and condition that they fit with their Salafism.
Thank you so much for that detailed answer. I'm going to take one short question and one short answer to that question from Abdullah Jaria, who's been waiting. Abdullah. Very short question. We've got about 3 minutes.
Yeah, Ahmad bin Hanbal and Ibn Taymiyah always mentioned as a figure, a significant figure, and scholar who develop Salafism. Yeah. So my question is, can you, Miss Ulia, can you give me evidence or literature references about why did you refer to Ahmad bin Hanbal and Ibn Taymiyah as architect maybe, yeah, in creating Salafism? Thank you.
Just a very short answer, Ulia.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Pak Jarid. Yeah, as I mentioned before, that when we discussing about the Salafism, that there is contestation between the scholar about what actually the road of Salafi. But then when I researched some scholar, they said that actually Ibn Hanbal and Ibn Taymiyyah, they never claim that they are a Salafis. But then there is a notion that they use term Salafis to back or to campaign to return to the Al-Quran and Hadith. So then there is a scholar that states that Salafis is also mentioned as Ahlul Hadith in Islamic history.
Okay, thank you. That was Wonderfully concise, both for the questions and answers. So kudos to both of you for that. Well done. Thank you. And that is a great way to finish what has been a really fascinating day. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Helen Pausaka, Deputy Director of the Centre for Indonesian Law, Islam and Society. I got it right this time. To say goodbye to you all and to thank everyone. And in a moment, I'll vanish too with the speakers from that last session for our breakout. But my personal thanks to everybody in particular for sticking with our event and supporting all your fellow speakers right through a marathon day. I think there's a lot of learning for all of us from having this group of people supporting each other for this time. I'm sorry, Ismail, we're out of time. We won't be able to take your question this time. My apologies. So over to you, Helen Pausaka.
Thank you very much, Tim. And it's my pleasure to do the thank yous today. And the first thank you, of course, that I would like to make is to the wonderful mentors who you have almost all had contact with, both in a group session and in a small private session. So our mentors, Kirsten, Dina, Jeremy, Nadir, Maria, Tim. So thank you all very much. And I'd just like to say, in the old days when we had these in person, at least the mentors got lunch. But now they don't get anything. They have to provide their own lunch, their own electricity. So they have been particularly good. And they get nothing from it but the pleasure of meeting all of you, which I'm sure they also enjoyed. And then the next thank you goes to Catherine, who has done all of the work behind the scenes, including our mini crisis in the morning, which Catherine handled with her usual calm and cool, even if she felt a little bit alarmed underneath. So thank you so much, Catherine. We would not have been able to do this without you. I'd then like to thank all of the students who've spoken today. Everybody's put a lot of work into preparing all your talks, and that's very much showed. And I think one of the beauties of today too was having such a wide diversity of papers so that we could see the wide range of the topics that people are studying and working their theses on. And then finally, there are also a few people in the audience who've come along just to hear everybody's talks, and also the students who've stayed to the end who maybe gave their talk in the morning but didn't just rush off and put their feet up. So thank you very much to everybody. And Tim, do you want to call the proceedings to a close? I see you've come on big on the screen there.
No, I'm very happy for you to do that, Helen.
Okay, well, I will then.
I just want to call on my members of that last panel just to wait for a few minutes so we all go into
Yes, so don't rush off. Those who are in Tim's session, don't rush off.
But I'm very happy to leave it to you to close, Helen.
Okay, so I now have the pleasure in closing the conference. So thank you all very, very much.